Good evening, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County. We shall call this legislative meeting to order. This is December 14th, 2021, and it's now 6:10 p.m., and we apologize for our late start. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, this evening we will start with our invocation. We have with us this evening Senior Pastor Reverend Orlando Evans, Bright Star United Methodist Church, and he will be rendering the invocation for us this evening. And after that, I ask that everyone please remain standing for the pledge to the flag. If everybody please stand. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let's draw inspiration tonight from Matthew chapter 2, verses 10 through 11. There we find, when they saw that the star had stopped, they were overwhelmed with joy. On entering the house, they saw the child with Mary, his mother, and they knelt down and paid homage to him. Then, opening their treasure chest, they offered him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. This is the word of God for the people of God. Thanks be to God. In today's scripture, we celebrate the birth of Jesus. As wise men and foreign dignitaries came from the east to pay homage to him, the newborn Messiah, they didn't come empty-handed. They were led by a star to Bethlehem as they carried gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Gold symbolizes his kingship. Frankincense symbolizes holiness and sacrifice. And myrrh was used in medicines and in burial mixtures. Through these gifts, they recognized the royalty, the priesthood, and the sacrifice of Christ. As these rulers presented expensive and invaluable gifts, their actions showed that they were willing to yield to a leader who was far greater than them. As we continue to serve as leaders who influence government, industry, community affairs, and public opinion, we too must be leaders who pay homage to Christ. We must willingly surrender our physical, intellectual, and financial gifts to the Lord for the building of spiritual community. We must recognize that our gifts will be amplified in reach and in significance as we lay them at the feet of the Lord. God blesses our gifts not only to build infrastructure in our jurisdictions, but also to build infrastructure in his kingdom. As we prepare to honor the Lord with our gifts, let us pray. Gracious God, you have equipped us with invaluable gifts that have the ability to influence minds, shape lives, facilitate positive change, and transform communities. As we surrender our talents, skills, gifts, and abilities to you, we trust that you will amplify them in a way that leads to the fruitful development, enrichment, and sustainment of others. May our gifts honor your life, reflect your call, and serve as a constant reminder of your grace. Help us to yield these gifts to you as we live a life of purpose. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Senior Pastor Reverend Orlando Evans from Bright Star United Methodist. Thank you for being here tonight and gracing us with such a powerful prayer. Board of Commissioners, I would like to start with roll call, and then our legal counsel just have an announcement to make as we roll into our meeting. Board of Commissioners, I will start with District 1, Commissioner Henry Mitchell III. District 2,
Present.
District 3, Commissioner Tarini
Present.
Crockett. District 4, Commissioner Ann Jones-Guyder.
Present.
And Chairman Ramona Jackson-Jones, present. Board of Commissioners, we do have a quorum. Legal counsel, I believe you all wanted to make a slight announcement. If you have
Madam
the floor.
Chair, a question was presented about attendance for purposes of quorum under our code section, and the code is silent as to presence remotely. It's not silent when we have a meeting remotely, so we would recommend, in order that Commissioner Carthen could be counted today, that you suspend the rules for this meeting for purposes of a health emergency under the COVID emergency doctrine right now, so she can participate and be counted as to quorum. I'm not sure that you could do that on a permanent basis, but I do think there's some flexibility, provided y'all are willing to suspend your own rules. So before the clerk takes attendance, I would suggest if you're going to consider that, you have a motion to suspend the rules and allow Commissioner Carthen to participate remotely due to an emergency. A health emergency, excuse me.
Okay? Thank you so much.
And I have concurred with Michael Coleman, too, and I think he agrees. That's the best we can come up with in 5 minutes.
I concur.
Okay. Thank you, legal counsel. Board of Commissioners, at this time, I'll call a motion to suspend our rules, which are silent on a commissioner participating online at this time because we are present due to our emergency code of doctrine. Do we have a motion to allow this meeting to go forth tonight, Board of Commissioners?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Okay.
All right, so with that being said, are we saying that the commissioner that's not here, does she get to vote as part of this?
If you suspend the rules, I think our opinion is yes.
Well, if she has the authority to suspend the rules remotely, then her vote has authority. Right, if she's remote and she's voting on us to suspend so she can participate, why are we going through this? I mean, this is not good to start off this meeting like this. We had no, I mean, keep it moving. We're voting remotely, we're voting in person, you've got a hybrid, and you created this moment like, okay, we're not gonna let her vote? Y'all even thought about this? I'm gonna let y'all go, all right? I'm making my point. This is like we're working on something, we're gonna suspend. Suspend what? We've been remote both ways for the past year and a half. Y'all got real convenient when we had to be remote, make a decision. You see Congress doing it, everybody doing it, and all of a sudden we're gonna do this, and it's like, okay, but you kept people off guard. Y'all got her silent. She's like, okay, what's happening here? They might not let you vote. That's my issue. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all, so if she gets to vote now, then she weighs in on her own motion to be included, that's fine. But to not to let her vote on this, I got an issue. So as long as we're saying, as a group, as a consensus, since we're the board, not the attorneys, if we agree that she votes in, then we're in.
Yes,
All
and
right. Okay.
that's what the motion is about,
All right.
Vice Chairman.
I yield back,
Certainly.
Madam Chair. You got a point of
I
order.
wanted to have the floor. I mean, I wanted our commissioner to weigh in as well because I want the vote to go forward. Of course, our legal counsel pulled my coattail. I didn't pull theirs. So we do have a motion to allow our District 3 Commissioner to vote virtually tonight. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion? And I hope we do have one. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Can we just do a hand vote, Madam Chair?
Okay. All in favor? Just please.
Well, you need to be able to see hers as well.
Yeah,
She's
so
not
that's-
here.
Oh, that's, my apologies. You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
District 1, okay. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to allow this vote to go, the votes to go forth tonight from our District 3 Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners. Now we'll jump right into our agenda tonight. It's rather lengthy. Certainly, again, appreciate you, Pastor Evans, for being here tonight.
Madam Chair, may I expand upon that just a little bit? There's an excerpt from the ACCG manual, which states individual commissioners may participate in a meeting of the board by teleconference due to health reasons or absence from the county, so long as a quorum of commissioners is physically present at the meeting location and all other requirements of open meetings law are met. So I think what you've just voted to do is permissible according to the ACCGA.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney Coleman. All right. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for public comment tonight?
Yes, ma'am. We had one citizen, Ms. Sharon Bachtel.
Okay. You can proceed with the instructions, clerk, please.
Yes, ma'am. We just ask that your comments are germane to the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Once you get to the end of your time, we will ask you to wrap up your comments. So if you could just repeat your name and address for the record, thank you.
Okay. Sharon Bachtel, 6331 South Skyline Drive. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak about the budget and Facebook expenditures. Yesterday at the work session, many items were added to the 2022 budget, since you were allowed to spend $104 million, which is the previous year's revenues. You had an extra million to spend. The $400,000 for the tax commissioner had to be removed so that you wouldn't overspend that $104 million limit. This makes it look good on paper. To me, it looks deceiving, since you will be adding this $400,000 back in March and have to do that because the money is already obligated. As for the Facebook contract, I question the legality and process of this request. I have read in the ACCG salary guide and Georgia Commissioner's Handbook that there is only one way that county commissioners may set their own compensations, expenses, and expense allowances. This is through the general law procedure stated in Georgia Code 36-35-4. Commissioners may increase their compensation so long as notice of any proposed increase is posted in the county legal organ and the decision for the increase is made before the qualifying date of the general election. It must run in the legal organ once a week for 3 consecutive weeks prior to any action on expense or salary increase. Any increase may not take effect until January 1st following the next general election. I would like for someone to tell me how this contract is not an expense. That should follow those guidelines. Last year and this year, the commissioners gave themselves an extra $10,000 for supplies. Are supplies expenses? Did you follow the guidelines of the law? I would also like to know why taxpayers should pay for the political Facebook pages that Teal Marketing has already been monitoring Commissioner Robinson's Facebook pages for the past 2 years. The Re-elect Kelly Robinson Facebook page has the exact same post as the Commissioner Kelly Robinson Facebook page. Why weren't these 2 previous contracts put up for bid and presented to the commissioners for approval? According to your purchasing website, in general policies at a glance, the required quotation procedures are bids from $1,501 to $25,000 require 3 written quotes. It also states that professional services have to be signed off by a majority of the commissioners. Was that policy followed in 2020 and 2021 for those Teal contracts? What were the other quotes on this job? I say no to money being spent on Facebook. It is the commissioner's responsibility to spend our tax dollars wisely, and Facebook upkeep is not a wise use of funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Patchell. We appreciate you coming in today, and certainly will take your responses under advisement. Clerk, we have anyone else sign up? Okay. With that being said, Board of Commissioners, okay, Commissioner Robinson, certainly you have the floor.
Yes, just for the record, I've got to respond. This is our last meeting, and you stepped in. Okay, allow me to rebuttal. The Board of Commissioners has now put forth a salary increase. Now, if you want us to go there, since you brought it up, sometimes that First Amendment gets us in trouble sometimes, right? That's not what this was about. Do not frame, and I mean that, whether it's in the media or not, when you frame, it's a lie. That's not what that was about. It's the normal operating budget. We have not suggested, not one of us have suggested an increase this year. The $6,000 is allowed by statutory law. You've been talking about this for months. Get off of it. Move on. We're allowed $500. We did do it in the public, right in front of you. Yes, we did. But that's over. We're not suggesting anything new. That's an okie doke. That's the spirit of this county that has to move on. Really? I didn't have to put that on the agenda for the social media. Oh, but we don't have social media. See, listen, you want to silence the African American's voice. No Facebook, because it's advancing one thing. It's a public record. When it was my personal, don't get on there personally. Now, when it's public, like, well, don't put nothing on there. You can't silence me both ways. Either it's going to be public and anybody can put anything out there on them sites. We done been there. That's all you can argue about? Is that the intelligence level that we have here? That's it? We're trying to do well by the county. We're trying to be thoughtful. And all this just constant smearing that we need to move on. It's personal. I take it. I'm good. But it goes both ways. We got media that's silent. Our whole system, I got what, $500,000 in salaries. And they can't get our voice out. And you think I, as a District 2 that got my own independent contract with my citizens, says, well, look, I got to get my voice out there. Where is your voice about them not got that taken care of? That nobody's home in front of media. Where is your voice? Where's that at? I got to hire $2,000 to come in here, somebody to put my town hall online. That's a shame. I had to get a team outside the county to come in here and put their equipment upstairs in our studio to do a town hall. Oh, your beautiful old courthouse, I get it. And we ain't got no voice. And yet you try to put these things out here and frame out, I don't think we should spend our money. Yes, I do. I got to tell my citizens what's going on. Had the largest town hall online in the county's history. I guess it was relevant. Because it's up to you, I wouldn't have any voice. All right, I'm done with that. But again, let's be careful with the narrative. I mean, show some productivity. You got nothing else? But still, you don't even live in District 2. All right, I yield, Madam Chair. We got a long night.
All right, thank you so much,
Madam
Vice
Chair.
Commissioner Guider.
May I ask that item number 37 be removed from the consent agenda and put on new business since there's a controversy?
We need a motion.
I make a motion to remove 37, item number 37, from the consent agenda and placed on the new business.
Do we have a second? Board of Commissioners, do we have a second? If there's no second, Commissioner, the motion fails for lack of a second. All right, Board of Commissioners, we have presentations tonight, and we want to enjoy our youth commission. And certainly, our youth will be leading our county sooner than later, and I am so proud tonight to have them come before us. The Douglas County Youth Commission has come out to be sworn in tonight, and I will allow our Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Stewart Stanley to just craft and just set the tone for us right now to let us know what's going on with this swearing-in process.
Thank you so much, Chairman Jones. Good evening, Board of Commissioners. So we are excited. We are in our 4th year of the Douglas County Youth Commission, and we are even more excited to have them back in person with us this year. For the last year and a half, the classes have been online. So we have a wonderful group of young people here with us tonight that we're presenting to be sworn in as our youth commissioners. And I'll give a little background information on the Youth Commission. The Youth Commission is comprised of Douglas County High School students, and the program is dedicated to educating young citizens about the importance of being actively conscious of their local government and the opportunities available in the public sector. But more importantly, the Youth Commission gives our young people in our community an opportunity to become leaders. And so we're so excited about that. This is their 3rd class, and they've had the opportunity. Their first class, they heard from all 5 of the commissioners, and they were so excited to meet you all and learn more about you. They've heard from our judges. They've gone to Connect Douglas. They have heard from the communications department, and so they are learning about the county. I do want to acknowledge Ms. Tabria Cobb, who is the program coordinator. She has done an excellent job with the Youth Commission, and so I do want to acknowledge her before we bring our students up for them to introduce themselves, and then we will partake in the swearing in. We will also have brief statements from the Youth Commission Chairman, Mr. Nicholas Miranda. So
Okay.
students, if you'll come up.
Wow, let's give them a hand, everybody. I'm so excited.
So they will be stating their name, their grade, and their school. So
All right. Come on down.
My name is Anel Zabala. I'm from Alexander High School, and I'm a junior.
All right.
My name is Jude Hodge. I'm a junior at Douglas County High School.
All right, Jude.
My name is Benedict Hodge. I'm a sophomore at Douglas County High School.
All right. Welcome.
My name is Deja Kennard. I'm a sophomore at Douglas County High School.
All right.
My name is Gracie Jackson. I'm a sophomore at Douglas County High School.
Welcome.
My name is Chloe Blacknall, and I'm a 10th grader at Douglas County High School.
Welcome.
My name is Chandler McQueen, and I'm a junior at Douglas County High School.
All right.
My name is Taylor Alexander, and I'm a sophomore at New Manchester.
Okay.
My name is Nemesia Reed, and I am a junior at Alexander High School.
Hi,
Welcome.
I'm Isabel Yang, and I'm a sophomore at Douglas County High School.
Welcome.
And so we also have two of our officers here, our vice chairman and our chairman. So I will let our vice chairman introduce herself, and then we will hear from our chairman.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Nakaya Lezen. I'm the vice chairman of the Youth Commission. I'm a senior at Chapel Hill High School.
Wow. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Nicholas Miranda, and I'm the chairman of the Douglas County Youth Commission. On behalf of the Youth Commission, I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners for allowing us to be sworn in as officers and active members of the 2021 through 22 program. We are excited to officially get to work in our roles as Youth Commissioners. I'm happy to announce our first community service project, the Season's Giving Drive, where we are collecting canned goods, toys, cleaning supplies, socks, and gloves for a few community organizations, which include the Share House, the Douglas County Homeless Shelter, and the Vision 21 Veterans Shelter. Donation bins have been available to the public at the Douglas County Courthouse and the Connect Douglas Transportation Center from November 22nd through tomorrow, December 15th. So thank you again to the Board of Commissioners for all your support of the Douglas County Youth Commission, and it's an honor to be here.
All right. Let's give them a hand. Let's give them a hand. Wow. This is amazing. Look what service is all about. You all are here serving already at such a young age, and you're just preparing yourself for your future. You're preparing your, what you're doing is tilling the soil and preparing yourself for your future. So we're so proud of you. Let me start by saying that, and we're happy to have our Douglas County Youth Commission here for swearing in. So are we ready? I ask that you raise your right hand. And Board of Commissioners, if you could just stand with me while I swear them in, I would like, we'll just stand and swear them in, certainly. And what I'm going to do when I say I, then I want you to state your name, okay? Can you hear me? Okay. I state your name. A citizen of the state of Georgia and of the United States and a member of the Douglas County Youth Commission, do hereby solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Georgia, that I will honestly and faithfully perform the duties assigned to me in the best of my skill and ability, serving the best interest and well-being of Douglas County, and that I will at all times abide by and conform to the laws, ordinances, and rules and regulations approved by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Do you affirm? I do. All right. Congratulations to our Douglas County Youth Commission. I tell you what, the Board of Commissioners were coming down to take a photograph with you, and we're just so delighted, and congratulations on your swearing in. Thank you.
We're going down?
Yes, we're going down.
All right.
Commissioner Crockett, we take a photograph. We'll be right with that. I want you away from the podium, so just keep going down to get
Thank you. We're good.
Mr. McCarthy,
Commissioner Mitchell?
we couldn't see you out there, so I turned your picture around.
It's so nice to honor and respect our youth because we are aware that they will be taking the mantle sooner than later. So congratulations again to our Youth Commission. We're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, to the approval of our minutes. We have the approval of the minutes, Commission meeting minutes of November 30th, 2021, the work session minutes of November 29th, 2021, and our executive session minutes of November 29th, 2021. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections that need to be made at this time, Board? Board of Commissioners, are there any additions or
No, ma'am.
deletions or corrections that need to be made? I heard no, ma'am, and being that, if there are no corrections, the minutes stand approved. Board of Commissioners, we have two public hearings tonight. Our first public hearing is tab number 4, to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinances regarding amending Section 9-25 purchase procedures and to add a new living wage ordinance to establish a countywide minimum wage for all employees at the rate up to $16.50 per hour. Board of Commissioners, certainly, who's going to lead this public hearing, at least just to talk about it first, and then we'll vote. Anyone here to discuss this matter with us?
I
Is
do,
that-
Madam Chair.
Okay.
And now, can I?
Vice,
add-
yeah, you brought this
Director
legislation
Milner,
forward. She's, yes, Director Miller. Let's
come on.
tell us a little bit about this, and then, of course, I'll.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening. I can speak on the new living wage to establish the countywide minimum wage. I did calculations for a $15 per hour, and that would be a total of $1 million. And also, just to note that the $1 million for 2 years is in ARPA. So the $15 per hour has been included with the ARPA budget. So they will be funding for year 1 and year 2. I did calculations for the $16.50 also, since it was listed, and that's $2 million. And if the board chooses for the $16.50, we would have to adjust the ARPA budget.
By 1 million, is that what you're
That is
implying?
correct.
Mhm. Okay,
Madam Chair, may I?
okay,
Before you open the public hearing?
yes. Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we've got a long night, so I'll be as very succinct and intentionally as possible. The topic of compensation is something that the county has been engaged in pre-pandemic. There's a concern at every level. It's not about the elected. It's about the people who deliver the services. It's about those people who are on the front line, those people who work, the unsung heroes of the county. There's approximately, 2,000 full-time employees in this county, which is actually almost double since I've been in office in a decade. We've got some longevity, we've got some new people, and we have some seasoned people. This particular ordinance in this public hearing is about a living wage, a minimum wage. When I started office, when I started my career at McDonald's, when I was in my senior year, I was making $3.10 an hour. In 30 years, in 40 years, that was, I'm 55, that was 40 years ago, it has barely doubled a minimum wage of $7.25 at a federal level. But inflation has continued to go on, and the cost of living has gone on, but the minimum wage is barely doubled. All right, so here we are, And Madam Chair, will yield to allow the public hearing for the citizens to hear about this. We have debated this as part of this year's legislative, we want to call it Reformation Act. We need to clean some things up. And one of the things that we wanted to address was there are employees within this county that barely make less than wage. There's some that do well. Right? So let's be careful that as we have this conversation, we recognize that there's always about the higher end of the food chain. And I've always been concerned about, well, what about everybody else? What about that person in the front, at the desk, mowing the lawn? Who's advocating for them? We're finally in a place as a board, based on some wise and hard decisions, that the board is in a position to actually consider this. We have options both from our general fund as well as ARP money to allow us to get through this. This is just to frame the narrative. What you saw was we were considering either a $15 and $16.50 as options. The board has primarily focused on the $15 option, though the numbers have been run. At this point, Madam Chair, I will yield the floor to allow the public hearing to come forth, and then you can debate and make your motion thereafter. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Board of Commissioners, at this time, I will open the public hearing. This public hearing is now open for anyone here to speak for, to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinance regarding our new living wage ordinance. So we have anyone here to speak for? Okay. We have anyone here to speak against this ordinance coming forth? Okay, being none, this public hearing is now closed. Board of Commissioners, this public hearing is now closed, and certainly wanted to yield to conversation before I call a motion to allow us to engage in conversation to gather your thoughts, and then I will know which direction we're planning to go as a full board. Can you hear me, Commissioner Carthen?
Yes, ma'am. If you could speak up a little, but I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll take my mask off. We have the plexiglass up to shield us, so I just want to make sure you can hear us as our fellow colleague. So any discussion, board? You look like you want to say something, Commissioner Guida.
Okay, I will. I think the $15 per hour is more in line. We do not know what the pandemic's going to, or the economy is going to do going down the line. We're in, I think they came out with 9% inflation figures today. So we don't know with projects going forward what our budget's going to do. So I would recommend, if we raise this, that we raise it to $15 an hour. I do believe that within 2 years, we're going to find that we're going to have to adjust some other figures too. Because when you raise the bottom figure, people that's making $5, $10 more, they're going to be a little perturbed, especially since they've been here for several years. So this is a Band-Aid. It's not going to fix the problem. Our whole pay scale is out of whack right now, and we need to address the entire pay scale. But we do have the funds available through the ARPA, that's the American Rescue Fund. So we'll let the federal government pay for it for a couple of years, and then maybe in the meantime we can address the discrepancies within the entire pay scale. Now you're back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Commissioner Carthen, you have anything to
Thank you.
add?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I asked for us to do as a board was to see if we could look at the 5% across the board. And then for those individuals who were not raised up to a minimum wage, whichever this board decides, that we then can address the indiscrepancy. So to Madam Guider's point, you know, if you raise everybody up to a minimum wage, those who are closer to that may feel a little slighted. However, if we apply the 5% across the board, which I think you have accounted for in the budget, Madam Chair, am I correct?
You're correct. Mm-hmm.
You have accounted for it in the budget, so since you have accounted for the 5% adjustment, what we can do is those who don't make the minimum wage cut, whatever this board decides is the minimum wage cut, we then will bring them up. And that will allow for there to be some cushion for those who have been here for a while and who aren't making that, because they'll get the 5% bump in their pay once the others come up to the minimum wage. That would be my suggestion, and I hope this board considers that.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner
I
Carthen.
yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Commissioner Mitchell, you have anything to add?
I guess I'll just add that I think there is the ARPA Act, that probably would be the way to start. But I think if I'm hearing my colleagues correctly, is the 15 or up to 16 is the number that we're trying to make sure that whatever that 5 or 10% from the sheriff and everybody gets, that it gets them to that point. If we strategically focus on the $15 an hour or up to $16 an hour, if that's the focal point, but if that's the number, then let's call the number. And then I think from my understanding, Rosalind, that the number of the $15 an hour, you did a breakdown, I just don't have it in front of me, you did a breakdown of what that number would entail, and that's all ARPA funds, correct? Yes. So, and step up to just so the general public can hear.
Mm-hmm.
So that number is what you sent to us and gave us a number of what ARPA funds would entail, and that would that get everybody to at least $15 an hour?
Yes, in the ARPA funds, it's the 5% plus the 15.
5% and getting them to 15.
Yes,
So,
and
but
then
if
I think the county
Manager.
administrator.
Right, right, because if I'm understanding, there's a systematic, Madam Superintendent, that you've kind of put together that kind of will hopefully, like you just stated, whichever one is greater, will determine that factor of getting everybody to $15 an hour and or leaving people where they are.
No,
Okay.
no.
Can you express that then? Okay.
For non-public safety, it's 5%
Right.
across the board, or $15, or whichever is greater. So if somebody is already making $14.95,
Mhm.
we didn't put them at 15, we gave them 5%.
Mhm.
If somebody's at $13.50, the 5% would not get them to 15, so they got to $15 an hour.
You'll get them there.
That's what's in the ARPA plan.
Right, right. So how structuring this, taking this route of just the livable wage act of what we're proposing, how would that have an effect, and it's probably for both of you guys, to those that are not there? Would it be wiser to take your route, or would it be wiser just to get everybody to 15 or 16.50 up to that number?
I can't speak to what's wiser.
Yeah.
You are the wise ones.
Oh, I'm the wise guy.
You know, the language says up to 16.50.
Right.
So $15 is within that,
Yeah,
you know.
mhm.
So if the action is to make it 16.50, then that's a different calculation. But if it's to make it up to 16.50, the $15 is in there. So the budget has been presented to you,
Mhm.
and the ARPA plan presented to you with the $15 or 5%.
As a
whichever-
projected number.
Whichever is greater.
Right,
That's
right.
what's in the proposed budget.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, there wouldn't be a need to address this outside of assuring that those that are below, everybody's at a livable wage of 15 and up to 16.50.
I can't really say that. It's a policy decision.
Right, okay. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Superintendent. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner
And,
Mitchell.
yeah, I'm confused with that last comment.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep this simple, right? There's two things. The current model on the table, because ARPA buys you 2 years. Again, $15 to 5%, that brings you close. The policy is that we don't have to keep revisiting this every year going forward. So that means if in 3 years from now, we may hire 6 people. The minimum they get paid is $15 an hour, period. It's about the policy. The policy is for the future, to remove the need to keep making these independent moment decisions. So we're already in motion, right? So the ARPA fund will fund this, right? And you've got to make room. But what will be the impact of this once that ARPA money runs out? We've already done that calculation. We provided that information. So Rosalind, come back to the front, please. I need you to articulate for my colleagues. There was roughly 300 people that were impacted by less than $15 an hour. Is that accurate? Give or take.
Yes.
All right. So you got, stay with me. All right, I'm going somewhere. And if we applied this, how many people are left over? You gave me that number earlier and the dollar amount, please. Take your time.
The 177.
So that 177, so that we went from 300 and something odd people that were less than $15 minimum wage. If we applied the formula we just spoke of, that now leaves 170-something odd people, is that correct?
Right, but with what it's planned, that they either get to the $15, it's whatever's greater. So it's either they're going to get $15 at $15 or the 5%, whichever is greater.
Correct. It's a formula.
Yes.
It's just a formula. So it doesn't matter which one it goes, it's the formula. And so what is the impact of that then?
The total for the $15 is $1 million.
Okay. And so that's $1 million. Keep going. And that's
And the 5%, what's in your ARPA budget for the first year is $3.8 million, and that's what's going to affect your general fund. But the total is $6 million, but of course you have different funding sources, like the fire department's going to take care of theirs. But for general fund, it's $3.8 million. But the total, all funds, is $6.9.
I understand. I want to come back to the minimum wage, though.
Okay.
Those 170 people, we got to stay there. We'll come to the rest later.
Okay.
Stay here. You expanded on them. Don't stay here.
Okay.
For the 170 people, what was the impact of that on the budget? What was that dollar amount?
I may have to,
You got to answer.
yeah,
Take your time.
let me pull it up. Oh, did somebody? Okay. Okay. It would be did someone say 93.1? I heard that. Oh, okay, I thought I heard it. I'm like, what? Yeah, $93,100.
Okay, so what is $93,100? That is the fiscal impact on what?
The 177 employees that are making, that would get the higher of the 5%. They're at like $10. You have several employees that's making $10 per hour.
Right, so those are people that are left behind, and that's the fiscal impact that we would have to make up. Is that a better way to say it?
Yes, but it is included in that, in your 3.8 million, so we accounted for all of that. But yes.
All right, so we're saying that, again, 10%, excuse me, 5% for $15 is the formula. That will bring everybody at the bottom of our pay scale up to a reasonable pay scale. We're recognizing that there's going to be a discrepancy of a set of individuals. Is that true? And that's what this 177 is?
That is correct.
You started with 3-something, now you 177. So what we're saying is that we can fund this fully for what, 1 year or 2 year as part of the ARP?
2 years. It'll be 2 years.
I'm just, okay, for the record, you're funding it for 2 years, no problem. And then thereafter, obviously, your natural fund balance has to carry it, But any other person who gets hired in the county, I don't care where you get started, the minimum you'll ever be offered, is that right, HR or whomever, is $15 an hour. Yes or no?
That is correct.
That is correct. If the
That's-
board chooses,
Understood.
yes.
That's all we're trying to do. We're just trying to create a culture. The feds have bailed us out, and we've got a healthy fund balance. We're having conversations where we're taking care of higher level people and directors and middle managers, and it's like, okay, and we hear the cries. Now, here's our chance to just get it right, to do what's right, not a hard debate. Take care of people that can't fight themselves. They don't have the juice. They can't stand up against. They can't talk back. They just sit there and they're like, okay, do you see me out here? Right? So some of it is just, do we do the right thing? And to Madam Sudadan's point, like, no, we make the decision. We make the call. And we got to own this. And I need every employee who's listening to this, that 300 now to 177, that, no, we hear you. And Madam Chair, that's all I had to say. Well, I mean, it's a simple process. You've got your formula. It's already incorporated. We just got to make the call. It's going forward. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Okay, let's reiterate everything, okay? For the ones that are making less than $15 an hour, they will be brought up to 15, or if they're close to 15 already, they will get 5% to bring them over it,
Right.
whichever's greater.
That is correct.
Okay, so you're saying over a two-year period, it's going to cost 3.8 million.
That is correct.
That's a
For-
million for the $15 an hour, and then the 5% of those that would be, it would be applied to. Now, Commissioner Robinson mentioned the directors. Now, the directors were just given healthy raises with their promotions. Are they included in this?
They're included in the 5%, yes.
Why would they be included in the, because we dealt with them on a separate matter, in a separate meeting.
I said, take it out, make a condition if you don't like it.
Oh, I would suggest that the directors, because we've addressed them separately, we didn't address everybody to go along with them, that they should not receive the 5% because they got very healthy raises when they were appointed the directors.
Not all
Do you know what that would amount to? Pardon?
Not all directors got raises.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Speak up a little bit.
Not all directors got raises.
Not all directors got
Pay
raise-
raises.
Any raises?
Not all directors got pay raises.
Which ones?
We can't divulge names, Commissioner.
Well, I would say the ones that did not get raises, that they could get the 5%, but the ones that got hefty raises because they were appointed directors, they should not get the 5%.
That's your condition.
And that, yeah, I mean, I know it complicates matters, but I don't like compounding salaries like that. We're trying to adjust mainly the staff at this point. And so it probably won't make that big of a difference, but you're saying it only, for the 177 employees that do not make the $15, no, that they will get the 5%. Is that right?
Yes.
We have 1,000
Yeah, they're going to get the
employees,
highest.
Right at
yeah.
1,000 employees. in
For
Douglas
instance,
County.
you have several employees making $10. They're going to go to the 15 because
Okay,
it's great.
Okay.
And then I did do the calculation if removing directors, but I didn't do the ones that got raises versus not. I just did all directors, and it's about $100,000.
Mhm.
But again, that's all directors. I didn't calculate the ones that got raises versus not.
I was under the impression that they all got raises when they were made directors, because they got promotions too.
Everybody wasn't promoted, Commissioner, it's just a few. So you just honing in on the promotions, or what are you looking at?
Well, we dealt with them separately.
Okay.
We dealt with them separately, and I thought they all got raises. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. And a lot of them, most of them did, I think. But if they got hefty raises because of their promotion, they should not be getting 5%. That's my thoughts about it.
Okay.
So with that, I yield back. But you're all total, the 3.8 is for the period of 2 years for all employees.
That is correct.
That's a fact.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. And I believe you look like you want to say something. Commissioner Robinson, then we're going to move on.
Yeah, we're going to move, we need to move on. And again, we're just passing the policy. You still got to approve the budget and the appropriations. So you got room. So you're just laying the foundation for the low, at the low end of our pay scale. That's round one.
Mhm.
You got to move to the other group, in the other group, in the exec session. And at the end of this, you will have a budget you got approved. So I think we don't have to belabor this. We're just saying, first up, minimum wage, we got it. It's just a policy, but you still have to appropriate and approve the budget to support it. So we got time, guys. We don't have, we've got the impact. So I'm just saying, I mean, that's all I got to say. So call the question, Madam Chair. It's just a policy, and we have to determine as a board, do we want to appropriate against that through the next round of conversation. And I don't disagree that at the higher end of the food chain that you can't double dip. You know, I have a problem about double dipping. So, agree.
Okay, thank you. Board of Commissioners, we have the $16.50, up to $16.50 inserted. Do we want to go with the $15?
15.
Okay. Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to consider amending the Douglas County Code of Ordinance regarding amending Section 9-25 Purchase Procedures and to add a new living wage ordinance to establish a countywide minimum wage for all employees at the rate of $15 per hour? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to, well, I need to do hands, okay.
Yeah, Commissioner.
And then I'm just going to have to call the names again because of Commissioner Carthen. Okay, when I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 4.
You get extra sound effects.
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, Board, and the motion carries. Thank you. So it's up to $15 an hour. That's great. Thank you, Board, for your consideration. Board, we have another public hearing. It's tab number 5, to consider approval for beer and wine liquor on premises alcohol license for Pinky's Bar and Grill located at 870 Highway 92, Douglasville, Georgia. And our own manager, Ron Roberts of Planning and Zoning, will bring this item before us.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, good evening, Board of Commissioners. Troy Neal is here. He has applied, he has gone through the RAF certification. He is, we have advertised accordingly. We have a completed packet for him to serve beer, wine, and liquor at Pinky's, which is, as you noted, is 870 Highway 92. Reference letter, clear bill of health from the Sheriff's Department. And I and Mr. Neal are here to answer any questions that you may have, and we'll have to open the public hearing and do that as well.
Okay. All right, we'll do that, and certainly, we'll certainly allow Mr. Pink, I want to make sure I know our,
Mr. Neal?
Mr. Neal, okay, I want to make sure Mr. Neal have his name correct. All right, Board of Commissioners, Mr. Neal, come forth and just give us an idea of, yeah, please, speak into the mic, state your name and your address, and tell us a little bit about your request here for the beer and wine liquor license.
I'm Troy Neal, and
Yes, sir.
I'm opening up a little bar and grill. It's mainly like a, family-oriented, small-time restaurant. Nothing major.
We can't hear
We-
you.
we
Speak up.
speak into
I'm
the
sorry,
mic,
the beer,
please.
liquor, and wine, that's just for, order a drink while you wait on the food type. It's not like a a rowdy club or nothing like that. It's just a, you know, a beer and wine liquor license, you know, for the, going through the proper legalities for the business.
Okay. All right. Board members, you're settled. So, thank you for just giving us an idea of what your plans are. All right, Board of Commissioners, Mr. Neal, if you want to, you can have a seat.
Okay.
I'm going to open this public hearing. Board of Commissioners, at your pleasure, I will be opening this public hearing. This public hearing is now open for those who want to speak for this beer and wine liquor license on the premises at Pinky's Bar and Grill, located at 870 Highway 92, Douglasville, Georgia. Is anyone here to speak for this particular item, the beer and wine liquor license? Okay. Being none, is there anyone here to speak against the consideration for approval of this beer and wine liquor license for Pinky's Bar and Grill? Being none, this public hearing is now closed. All right, the public hearing is now closed. Board of Commissioners, unless you have some comments, I certainly will call the question. Do you have any comments or remarks to make?
Yes.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson, you
Yeah,
have the
real
floor.
quick, to the applicant, one more time. So you got a restaurant?
Mr. Neal, come forward.
Come on forward.
Thank you.
These are simple questions. So your restaurant is located on 92?
Highway
92, where exactly?
It's actually connected, it's there's a Marathon gas station right there on Dallas Highway where they're coming through with the road at, right there. It's
Oh,
on
right there at the
of
corner. Oh.
92 and I think like Cave Springs or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's district, that me or you, Henry?
That's me.
I
It's right there,
thought-
that corner,
Yeah, right on the corner.
yeah.
Right there.
Where that new housing development is also coming.
I yield, my bad. I thought it was District 2, home rule. Sir?
Commissioner, do you have any questions for
Oh,
Mr. Neal?
I do. I thought Vice Chairman Robbins was still.
I've yielded, sir.
Okay. But just a couple of questions. So, what's the plan when we dealing with underage? What's your policy and what kind of thing you're going to have in play that deals with underage individuals trying to kind of, you know, are you carding everybody? Kind of what is that procedure? How do you avoid those kind of situations?
No tolerance for the underage, harassment.
Can you talk in that microphone?
I'm sorry. There's no tolerance for the underage drinking or serving alcohol. The RAS class is like perfect for anybody that's applying for it. You know, it breaks down everything, and that class alone, like, broke everything down as far as, you know, who's responsible, who's not responsible. So-
You're responsible.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Okay.
you know, it depends on, you know, the situation. If they come in all this way or that way, you know, who's responsible, who's not, if they leave and get into an accident. So, you know, my philosophy is just, I'm carding everybody. It ain't nobody that will not get carded at all to come in there, because I don't have time for nobody to be trying to have no fake ID to look old, not old. So the best way to stay safe is to card any and everybody that come in there, and that's the safest way.
So is that going to be your policy, though, to
That's my
card?
That's my policy.
Okay, that's what I was looking
And that's
for.
what my employees will have the same policy. It'll be written, they'll sign the contract, so they'll know the policy. Don't act like they don't know the policy. Everybody's going to sign off on the policy. That's going to be the policy, period.
Got it, because the only reason I ask that is because you're liable, you're responsible. It's going to be on your tab that a situation occurs, even that an individual will be also on the tab as well, but your business and your license will be on the tab in the event that there's a situation that happens at your establishment.
It's very dangerous. I don't want nobody to leave from me and get into an accident or something, so I don't want none of that type of nonsense going on. So best way to stay safe, card everybody, and that's going to be my whole criteria right there.
And so we're doing beer, wine, alcohol.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, got it. And you kind of sort of said something to the effect that it's not a restaurant, but it's a restaurant.
It's a
bar.
restaurant, but I mean, I was saying it's not like it's not going to be like a big party place where people are all.
It's not going to be a dance club of some sort.
Yeah, it's more family oriented, you know, during the daytime or whatever the process be. You know, kids can still come there during the day and it won't seem like, you know, the alcohol won't be like a problem for them to come in and order food or nothing like that. So it's going to be real family oriented like that. It ain't going to be nothing major like that.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, I'm assuming he's met all the legal requirements, Ron? Okay, so he's good on that end, so.
That's correct.
Okay. So the legal guys and you guys find it to be in great standings?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Thank you so much, Mr. Neal. And thank you so much, Planning and Zoning Manager Ron Roberts. Board of Commissioners, I will call the question. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to consider approval for beer and wine liquor on premises alcohol license for Pinky's Bar and Grill located at 870 Highway 92, Douglasville, Georgia? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Do we have?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Neal, and good luck on your restaurant and Pinky's Bar and Grill. All right, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 6, which is under resolutions. A resolution to adopt the 2022 budget. We have our own Rosalind Miller, who's our interim finance director, who will be presenting tonight, Board. And I ask if we could hold our questions until the presentation end, and then we'll go from there. You have the floor,
Okay.
Rosalind Miller.
Well, again, the budget has not changed from the 103. So tonight, looking to identify the BOC's initiatives that each of you have sponsored, so we could add it to the.
Can you make it bigger? Can you make it
Your
bigger?
next slide, and we'll, yeah. Next
Okay.
slide. Next slide. Okay, all right. Yeah, can you make it
I
larger?
couldn't read that first page.
Okay, yeah, the first page. And can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. And do you think you can zoom, make that bigger? Okay. So, as I mentioned, the 20, okay, that's good. All right. So, again, your 2022 budget has remained the same since your November, since the proposed. However, the BOC had a few initiatives that each of you have sponsored. So now just I need direction on to add it into the 2022's budget. How would you like me to proceed? To go line by line?
Okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, as a suggestion to my peers, this is a rule. We've been here before. We all have submitted our things that we wanted to sponsor, and for the public, the Board of Commissioners, basically there is a baseline budget that's presented from the administration. We're the legislative branch, and we're just shaping the edges. 90 to 95% is already locked. But we do have discretion in whom we want to sponsor, whether it's projects, constitutional officers, whatever we choose to, that's our discretion. And so, but we're only arguing, in this case, over a penny, 1%, roughly $1 million, give or take. There's a much, much bigger need than that, but all we got is a penny or 1% to work through. Now, we can make whatever adjustments we want to make as a board. So at this point, the board will settle it. We're not locked on what they presented. But at the same point, to respectfully, board, I ask that we go down our tabs one by one. And unless somebody has some objections, it goes in. If not, then we choose, we can debate it. You guys know how to put something in, and we keep going. But I just say she goes down the list in the order that she received them respectfully. And we just take the items, unless y'all want to say everything goes in. Because here's my question. The total of all the Board of Commissioners' suggestions, did it make the remaining balance? I mean, is there a discrepancy?
Yes, of $37.
$37,000,
I'm sorry.
All right, so that means that we got to find 37,000 and cut it, or we got 37 left over?
No, you have to cut it. You're in the red, $37,208.
No, we can find that, that's not a problem. So, I'm going to stop there, Board of Commissioners. How do y'all want to do this? I still believe she has to read it for the record, because this is the hearing part of the budget. So at least read the tabs for the record, and then as you hear them, guys, maybe at the end of her reading all 5 of our tabs, we could then come back and say, do we want, everything goes in, and we're done, or y'all want to pick something apart and make them conditional? Can we do it that way, guys? At least read it for the record?
Board, are you all okay with that?
With that?
Let's
Just a tab, just reading the tabs.
for the record. Yeah, just
Start
read
with
each
me,
tab.
whatever was first, just read it down.
Okay, well, the first was the entire board, I heard, but if not,
Go
but
ahead.
it was the set aside for a TIP project match, and this was coming from the capital fund, and it's $1,074,025. The next is vice chair sponsoring. Each district and county administrator's budget add $50,000, which is a total of $250,000, and that is general fund. The next is the magistrate court. General fund, add $100,758 to magistrate's budget. The next is the solicitor. General fund, add $440,000 to the solicitor's budget. The next is probate. General fund, add $87,000 to probate's budget. The next is transportation, round 2 CTP. This is capital funds, $500,000. The next is replace HVAC. This is capital, $500,000. The next is chair, Madam Chair. State court judge, add $26,790 to the state court's budget. Superior Court, add $50,750 to Superior Court's budget. The next is code enforcement. This is from the UNINC. And the previous two that I mentioned, I apologize, it's general fund. This code enforcement is UNINC, $388,034. The next is tax commissioner, general fund, add $182,700 to the tax commissioner's budget. The next is tax assessors. This is general fund, add $126,400 to tax assessor's budget. The next is tax assessor. This is capital fund for a vehicle, add $20,675 for capital. The next is department salary upgrades, director's salary upgrade. This is general fund, $118,425. The next is director's upgrade, and this is the directors in the UNINC fund. This is $6,442. The next is Douglas County Museum. This is out of the UNINC. Allocate $75,000 to the museum. The next is CAC. This is $57,000 for their allocation. The next is Vision 21, general fund, $9,000. The next is a museum consultant, UNINC fund, $25,000. The chamber, UNINC fund, $75,000. Development Authority, Inc. Fund, $25,000. General Fund, Board of Health, add $33,825 to their allocation. The next, we have Communication and Community Relations. This is reclassification, part-time to full-time, $29,368. The next, we have Commissioner Carthen, Animal Control. This is the Animal Control Fund for $19,472. We have Planning and Zoning for Comprehensive Plan. This is Inc. for $75,000. Next, we have Commissioner Guider, Juvenile Court Salaries, General Fund, $52,313. Juvenile Public Defender's Office, General Fund, $37,128. The next, we have Commissioner Mitchell, Electric Vehicle Charging Stations. This would be General Fund, $40,000. The next is wage adjustments for $20,000. The next is finance recommendation, reduce the tax commissioner's budget by $419,974. The next is coroners, reduce the coroner's budget by $92,832.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, certainly this is a time to elaborate. If you could explain to the board why you're reducing those budgets, so you can explain to the citizens as well. And so they can, explain it to them, so.
For the tax commissioner's office, the biggest reduction is $400,000, and the tax commissioner included it in his budget. However, when, at the end of the year, when we do our year end and we carry over POs, we do a rollover PO, it would be included at that point. The board would amend his budget around March. So it's kind of the same difference, but to stay consistent and where all of the departments will be rolling over all the POs, we decided to remove it and then just have the rollover in March.
And the coroner?
In the coroner's budget, we looked at trending. She had 2 line items for her part-time. It was about 150, initially it was $150,000. However, we looked at the trending and it was coming in around 112. So we reduced part-time to 112. And then her other professional services line item, she had listed 132,000, but again, we looked at trends and we reduced it to 3,000. So with those 2 changes, it came up to the 92, reducing her budget by 92,000.
And what is the value per budget? What was it in 2021? It was 209,000 was the value, right, of her budget?
Yes.
What is it going in, what are we proposing for 2022?
For 351,000.
Okay, so it was 209,000 in 2021, and we are proposing to this board 340. Say that again.
Yeah, 350. So she's trending to end her 2021's budget without the BIRs. She's looking at 304. And so this next year's budget, 2022, it'll be 351.
All right. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for Rosalind? Commissioner Guider?
Yes, you took it away.
I didn't do
Put it
Okay,
back.
can we put it back?
The 200 and something thousand for the commissioners. Can someone explain that for me?
Vice Chair, would you like for me to?
It's
Yeah, she was supposed to got with
250,000.
you yesterday. I'm not explaining anything to my peer. She's supposed to got with you yesterday. We've had this conversation. You got to own what you're looking for. My job is not to educate. Not at this moment.
I
We
got
talked
something
about this doing it
today.
for free.
I got something today, sir.
So,
It was,
so my understanding, it's adding 50,000 to each district's budget.
for which line item in that budget?
It wasn't identified as a line item, but it can be easily allocated. So it's either would be up to the
Because what you sent
Commissioner.
me was the salaries, the insurance, and you
So
know,
it would
the
be
things that go
travel.
along with the check.
So it would be travel,
Travel.
training, you know, any line items. It would be up to the commissioner, just like for departments, how they do their budget.
So how's the 250 split? Is it 50,000 per?
District.
Okay. For District 4, you can remove the 50,000. I don't need it. So now you've got a balance thing. But on I think it's line 10, I can't really see up there.
Could we zoom again?
Is this the director's thing right here? Okay, so these are your recommendations.
Yes, it is.
Now, it includes some of the directors that got big raises. No?
No,
Okay. So this is just the department heads.
whose salaries were below what some of our secretaries are making, so we tried to,
But this covers everything that I had as far as the staff in the juvenile courts, okay?
yes, it did.
Okay, and also for salaries for, somebody else had one. The magistrate court, solicitor, probate, all that is, okay. Would you go up one, go up a little bit? So all the personnel things are included in your line item, right, Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Community and community relations reclassification. Now, what is that? That's just reclassification of personnel.
Now, we have a position that is part-time that we are converting to full-time, so we did not have that calculation in our new budget, so we needed to, that was a last-minute insert, but we had to get it in there to allow this budget to balance.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, the only thing is, as far as I'm concerned, District 4 does not need $50,000 in the budget, so you can take 50,000 out, and it can be 200,000. That gives you your 37,000 that you're short. It's a present.
She said, that's a gift.
Well, that's the vice chair's, I'm not going to make it, you know.
Yeah, but he can't make me take money I don't need, is what I'm saying. He said it was for all 4 of us, plus the county administrator, and I'm just saying I don't need it, so he can take it back. It's not a gift until I accept it.
Okay.
And, okay, yesterday, and one other question. Yesterday, comments from District 2 was about the HVAC, and he took it off of ARPA, and he gave $200,000 to CSB, which is Community Service Bureau, and $300,000 went to what?
Program management, it was
Okay.
for funding for.
Explain that. I don't know what the program management is.
Point of order.
Yeah, you may have
It will come up later. It'll just come up later. I will address that. We talked about it during, I'll just wait till I get the floor. We'll talk about it.
It's on the agenda for approval.
A separate, because the HVAC was put in, out of the capital as part of the budget here. That's why I brought it up now. So, what are you saying?
Take her comments. We all got to go through the process. I mean, she's only going to listen to what will make your point, and we'll all go down the list and we'll reconcile.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got to respond to how you say, you want to note that for whatever reason, whatever you want to do, say it, so we can keep it moving. Everybody gets to weigh in, and then.
Does this affect the ARPA money? Because it was split up in the ARPA funds.
Right.
Does the
yeah,
ARPA
so
funds
she's-
affect the budget?
Yeah, so she's saying if this is approved, the 500,000, but then you go, since it's not in order, the ARPA, what you discussed, you won't make a vote until after you make a vote here.
That's the way y'all staged it, so I can follow it. We're gonna
I just
amend it.
want to know what it's for. That's all I'm asking. Because it was just brought up at the last minute, and it was on the agenda as comments. And it wasn't really spelled out until at the end of a 7-hour meeting yesterday. And we were all tired, and I just did not know what the 300,000 was for, something about programming. And I'm just asking what it is.
Okay, I'll weigh in. You got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we're allowed, like I said, and to your point, we could have pushed it onto the agenda. I was being sensitive, Commissioner comments. And the point is, we did discuss it during the work session, which allows me to move it over to the next day. Right, so the whole point was that we need to amend our ARP list, right? We have a problem with keeping up with our federal dollars. We did a terrible job with the predecessor to the current GDOT or our DC dot. You remember that mess we had? We couldn't reconcile 2 sets of books, since y'all want to bring this out. It was a mess. It was ugly, right? And they're trying to hide, the finance director trying to hide it. I'm looking at them like, okay, look at this. So we're trying to say, let's get ahead of this. Let's bring some professionals in here that can oversee this. So to do that, I said, look, how do I look at this list? Let me not encumber things. We've got this ARP list that I sort of let staff go with, but it's like, it's not optimal. No different than this budget. We have the right to look at this. No, you need to clean that up. You got a different way to do that HVAC. Take that over here. You got a capital improvement fund right there. Fund that with that. That's what we have that budget for. When it's over 12%, 30%, whatever's left over, you have that. Fund that with that. Clean those buildings up. Now I got $500,000. I said, okay, now let's give, CSB was not a lot. They asked for 500, they only got 300. I'm sponsoring the difference. There's 200. I sponsored the HVAC onto the list. I'm amending the list, just like you just amended the list. So then, I moved down, now there's a difference. That $300,000, I look down at the 100,000 program management, like, okay, you ain't got enough there. You can't get no team with that. That's too weak. Whether you got to get a software solution, whether you got to get some personnel. And so that's the whole point that we talked about in our committee when you left today, that we talked about the need to have a funding administrator, an on-demand consultant. That's the 9th in our on-demand consultant. It's called Funding Administrator Program Management. So again, if you're you can't be in all the rooms, and I'm sensitive to that, but this was talked about in several rooms and what we're trying to accomplish. And yes, it's the speed of light. Yes, and Commissioner Mitchell can walk in here at the last minute and say, I want to do this, and we're all allowed to. You know, we try to be sensitive to put everything in writing, but I'm not, this wasn't being insensitive, but I'm trying to give room by not talking like, okay, well, let her talk, let her do what she wants to say. Right, I'm trying not to get in the middle of this, Madam Chair, like she really has the right to say it, but if you draw me in, I don't want to debate it. I wanted everybody to say what they got to say regarding their list, and then we can come back. So that's why I didn't want to get drawn in.
So this is a consultant to oversee the ARPA funds. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. No, this, which one? I want to make sure you say which one.
The program and whatever.
Yes, it could be. This administration will determine, the administration will determine. Miguel Valentin, Director of Transportation, is going to go out with an RFQ based on the board's decision later tonight, tomorrow morning. Hint, hint, at this rate. To make a decision whether or not to go out to RFQ to put a 9th group on our on-demand consulting list. So the people come back, he rates them, okay, next time we need somebody, we got them. Standby consultant. That's what that list is for. That's what that's for. It's a funding, and they have to have grant writing, grant compliance, all that for federal and state infrastructure, not just transportation. It's infrastructure projects. I don't need nobody who's specialized in no offense and no disrespect to SAMHSA, all that, you know, all things that are associated with mental health, behavioral health, all those generalists. If you don't have the experience that Miguel has, then you can't help us. We don't just need technical writers. We need thought leadership. So that's what we're looking for. We're trying to get people who have this experience that can get ahead of this federal game. We ain't got time to teach. We're already behind. We're about to adopt the CTP here, next agenda item. So all of this is related. We're trying to fill in holes, and that's all it is. Like, there are key holes in this organization that is lacking. I'm just focused on the one that I'm sponsoring. Tighten that thing up so that we don't get embarrassed, we don't get hit with an audit. That's why we brought the young lady yesterday to try to give her opportunity for her to educate us on. Like, look, they're serious about this. They're going to start clawing that thing back like, okay, just our luck, we get hit. So that's all I was trying to do. So I yield.
Well, the wording of it was confusing because it was saying programming and things. I thought it had something to do with communication. So with that, I yield back. I do like to ask questions if I don't understand anything. So I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Any other comments, board? Oh, Commissioner Carthen?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I do have a couple of questions, probably more so to Rosalind. So on the items that the commissioners are sponsoring, I noticed that there are a lot of sponsoring of salaries. And so these salaries that have been included, have you or HR calculated what the cost of those salaries will be, including taxes and what has to be paid into the retirement fund, like all of that, the total calculation of these costs? Because just because you give somebody $6,000 doesn't mean that it's only $6,000. So there's benefits cost to that and tax increase cost to that. So have those been calculated in all of these requests to sponsor judges' salaries and these other salaries that you mentioned tonight?
Yes, during the budget process, we give them the calculation. If it's an already current employee, it's 18.45%, and if it's a brand-new employee, it's 45%. So yes, they have been calculated.
And so that's included in what you just told us tonight? Not just that raw number, but you have included that in the overall budget if all this goes?
That is correct.
Okay. And then my second question, thank you, Rosalind. And then my second question, Chairman Jones, this one is for you.
Okay.
The sponsors, the ones that you're sponsoring, the DC Museum, Vision 21, the Chamber, and I think the Development Authority. The only one that you're sponsoring that we have actually seen their audits and their financials is the CAC. We haven't seen any of the other ones. So I would ask before we vote to give them money out of the UNIC fund, that we actually get their audits and their financials. It's not fair that we give the money and we don't know what is being done with the money over at the museum and the chamber and Vision 21. But we have had others that came before us, such as the CAC, and they gave us their report. Not only did they give us a report, they came online and made their request. They told us what they were doing with it. They thanked us for supporting them, and it was very transparent. So I ask that we continue to do that we not just give out the money and we don't know what's being done with it, and we don't know how we can make a report of it to the taxpayers. Even if it's coming out of the UNIC fund, which we know is, hotel, motel tax and other things, it's still taxes. And so as a government, we want to be able to be good stewards. And so we have to have those we give the money to also be good stewards. So I would ask if we could hold that to the side, get our county deputy administrator to get together a form so that every person that we give money to knows what we require. And once they give that to us, we also put in the MOU what we require before funds are dispersed. So I'm asking that we amend those departments that you are sponsoring. And again, I'll call them out. That's the DC Museum for $75,000, Vision 21 for $9,000, the Chamber of Commerce for $75,000, and the the Development Authority for $25,000 until we get their financials. That would be a condition of my vote. And then my last question would be the wage adjustments of $20,000. I think that's Commissioner Mitchell. Is that for a particular person, or is that for filling the gap of something? Because we saw what Madam Chair was filling the gap for. We got that today, but we didn't get that for Commissioner Mitchell. And we see where Commissioner Guider is filling hers for juvenile and magistrates, so, but we didn't get Commissioner Mitchell's.
Yeah. Yes, that is for personnel, Commissioner Carthen, and I'll kind of go through it once I get to that.
Okay. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. I do have a response for the Douglas County Museum. Those reports are being submitted to Tiffany Stewart Stanley and myself on a monthly basis, so they are reporting. So we do have that information available. And the form that we are alluding to, I agree with you, rather than hold those particular entities up, we don't have to release anything until we create the MOU. And then, of course, at that time, and then also a form before anything is released out of that 2022 budget. But I understand your conditions, but I'm asking, again, just on behalf of those entities, if we could earmark it. Certainly if they don't honor what we need them to do, we just won't proceed. It'll just be sitting there, because we got quite a bit of paperwork that has to be done. And those are not the only ones. But I do know that the Douglas County Museum do provide a report, a monthly report. And maybe you just haven't had an opportunity to view it, but they do. So I just wanted to just speak. But the chamber, I know what you're saying. And also the Douglas County Development Authority just requested an additional $25,000 to the money that's been allocated for so many years by this board. So that's what theirs was. It was just an additional $25,000 to their normal request. I believe they usually bring in, board usually allocate about $350,000, if I'm not mistaken, Rosalind. And then they're requesting additional $25,000. And he did state that in his meeting when we had our budget hearings at the senior center, And he said he was requesting that the city provide $25,000 as well. He was asking both entities to provide another $25,000. So that was the purpose and reason for that. So just wanted to give you something to chew on, food for thought, to see, certainly not trying to sway your opinion, but just asking you for consideration so we won't have to come back and do a bunch of amending, because there's still a lot of paperwork that's involved. And we are working on that form before anyone receive any funds. We want something that's standardized so we can track our money. I agree. For so many years, the organization has just, should I say, this county government has just kind of doled money out, but we want to be able to track it. So thank you for your comments, and Commissioner Mitchell said he will respond to the $20,000 request in his discussion. Vice Chairman Robinson, do you have anything to add? You have the floor.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to acknowledge Commissioner Carthen's point. We just passed County Clerk here, we just passed a policy. Or was it an ordinance? Either way, that made it very clear, and we spelled out that we must have a report, an annual report. What you did in the past does not conform to what we just passed. Wasn't good enough. And to put to the point, we haven't seen it. If we're the ones that's voting, I shouldn't have to seek you out. Right, Madam Chair, if they send it to you, they're thinking you're going to carry this by yourself. It's like, okay, they're misreading. That's the flaw. That's the mindset that's missing. We're trying to get everybody's attention. It takes 5, a minimum of 3. We're putting these policies in place so we don't have to keep dealing with this. The policy says provide an annual report. You can't go slide money to the side. We can't be derelict of duty. We can't do G-money side deals. You have a policy that everybody must comport. That means finance, the agencies, and the executives. It's like, no, we're serious. We're trying to make this nice and easy. But you got to respect the will of the board. Right? So and then you must implement the will of the board, not turn around and say, I'm going to do it this way. That's when you get its wrath. It's trying to get your attentions. So I'm just saying, I'm going to let that go, Madam Carthen. I'm going to let y'all work through that. But I would support, like, no, not until you give us what we asked for. We're not debating the policy. It's already passed. See, that's the point. Now you're going to make us have to go enforce it. Then that's what, like, okay, pay attention. It ain't nobody, it's none of our issues up here. It's up to them. They want appropriation of the taxpayer dollars. The board is looking at, the public looking at us, well, what's the issue? What are you afraid of? Aren't y'all the commissioners? Didn't y'all set a policy? What is the issue? They want money. They think it's reasonable. It's like, unacceptable. But all right, let me keep going. Got to keep moving. All right, that wasn't mine. That was Commissioner Carthen, but I had to diddle that point because obviously that was part of the legislation we just passed. We're frustrated in giving these guys money, and they just think that they're entitled to it. These entitlement agencies. It's like, no. So that's what all of this was about. That's what all this legislative act was about. It's time to change that. It's no longer acceptable. Y'all can do better. Y'all, we're dancing around. You know me, I'm going to get to it and help everybody understand what we're really looking at. All right, as it relates to the budget, which is what we're talking about, I think I'm fine. Duly noted for the record. As it relates to Rosalind, let's make sure we clarify for our colleagues. Let's keep this simple. Earlier this year, the Board of Commissioners came in with, what did we do? $40,000 for our legislative aides. That's what we agreed. We actually wound up with what? 50. We chose 40 out of that to pay for our aides, and then we had an additional $10,000. During the BIR process, what? We amended it going into the budget mid-year, another what? $10,000. All right, so Rosalind, add that up. What's that, 60? 40, 10, and 10 is 60. Stay with me. All right, so our point is, our budgets are all over the place. When we're looking for money, we got to go to NACO, we got to go to ACCG, it's not consistent with everybody else. So the point is, we'll just have the same structure as everybody else. So what we did, for the record, was put my personal salary in the salary bucket, our aid in that bucket, our expense account in that budget. But we can't change those things. Those are locked. We have nothing to do with us. The $50,000 we're talking about is our operating capital, like everybody else. Our travel, whatever, we got to go to conferences, our training, whatever else, our social media, whatever we need to run our operating of our budget. That's our operating capital. We don't have a contingency. We just got that $50,000 plus that $60,000 that we had already approved, plus our annual expense account up to that amount if you choose to spend it. That's what, all we did was recalibrate what was already there. It was always there. It was just hitting over there, hitting over there. And so Rosin understands, no, Madam Guide is right. She don't have to use it, but every district gets the same thing. Because the next person coming along, that we structure it as such, everybody has equal rights. Now, she doesn't have to use it, but the next fourth commissioner district may choose to. And the next one after that. So from a general principle, all of us get the same thing. Right? Statutory allows you to get an expense account. You can choose, I don't want that. It does not remove your right as a commissioner at the district level. We all are equal. That's all this was. So I want to clarify that. Rosin, you got that?
Yes.
All right, we're clear. All right, let me keep moving. All right, so now my last thing is, let's talk about, actually it's a good budget, guys. It's not that hard. I'm smoothing out. The one thing I want to go after is, since we're throwing stuff back, so what are we agreeing on this study stuff? I got to come back to space planning one more time. So is my understanding that we needed some space planning. So let's add this to the list. Space planning, number one, for making sure that we got adequate space for all the things that we're talking about. We had a memo on the table. The county administrator had brought forth. It went back, forth, back, forth, back and forth. But it's like, okay, I need my numbers. I need data so we can make intelligent decisions, all politics aside. So I'd like to put that back on my list. Rather than, we're going to add county administrator. What was that? 30,000. I think let's put a quarter on there. Let's just see.
I think it was 38.
How much?
38,000.
All right, so let's say 40, just for easy math. Y'all work that out. Go find y'all some bids. So 40,000 for space planning. For this, for all the judges, for all the things you guys we talked about earlier. Need that study. Let's move this thing forward. All right, next. All right, so just that one. I want to talk about, we mentioned it in our, you guys weren't there. The collaborative firm did a good job with Danielle giving us a status on social media in our bus system. And they do such a fantastic job. And I'm like, ain't this a trip? This transportation website is better than the county's website. So I'm actually spending $100,000 over there too. Oh boy, hundreds over thousand for that alone, and they're killing it. But they're coordinating more than just a website. I mean, it's all print media, it's all digital. It's really fabulous. My point is, so y'all know we ran them 2 sites because we're doing this revamp of Celebrate Douglas County, and it wasn't synced. Like y'all know we ran 2 sites because y'all weren't ready. So so think about it. My transportation site is better than my county site. I got to have my own social media. What does that tell us? Thank you. I appreciate the comment. But the point is like, okay, what is the administration doing about this? I said, well, now I'm going to leave it up to the tech angels and the programming guys that are way better than this than me that says, guys, let them take over this thing and synchronize this whole thing. You got them in the corner. Ain't nothing for them to adopt the rest of the thing and bring us up to speed. But I'm just going to look at that work over there. They're killing it. I just wanted to make that point that we need to deal with that. Rosin, we talked about this. I'm going to move on as it relates to that. Capital transportation. Where's Director Valentine? Miguel, come on down. I'm almost finished, y'all. This actually is going to go fast. All right, Miguel, help us out here. We said we would set aside a half $1 million for, what do we call it? CTP 2.0 to do our formal planning. Roslyn, well, how do we name that?
It's called Round 2 CTP.
Right? This deals with our transportation planning for this upcoming year. We've got this adoption of this CTP in a minute. This is all part of the budget, so I got to do this first before I get to that. It's part of the budget. All right, so we just spent $625,000 to do an 18-month capital transportation plan that we're about to adopt tonight and submit it. Right, it costs us that much. To do 2.0, and we're considering doing a SPLOS, T-SPLOS, you're going to need the same amount of money to get out here and educate the public and do the same type of planning. All right, so we're out. So, Miguel, where do we put that at? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically where it was put, but...
Explain it just in general.
Well, what we discussed at the Transportation Committee meeting was that there was going to be a transit component that we were going to look at. And, of course, we were looking at additional funding coming from the feds and hopefully even from the state to some extent. So it's my understanding that the intent is ultimately to move funding from the infrastructure, capital infrastructure, into the Capital Transportation Fund if it is intended to be for transportation efforts, planning studies, management, all of the items, infrastructure items. If they are transportation related,
Yep.
then it would be an allocation out of the set aside for infrastructure, capital infrastructure, into the Capital Transportation Fund.
Right, stay right there. You're exactly right. Okay, Rosalind, so again, how much is left after, you said at the beginning of this whole process, you said there was money that came out of the capital infrastructure. Rosalind? All right, so capital infrastructure, you said it was like $3 million. We took $1 million out for whatever the board did as a big decision. There was some balance left. So tell me what's in there now, what we took out at the beginning of this meeting.
Okay. What's left, available to spend, is $1,253,510. And what that includes, what's in there is the TIP project match at $1 million. You have the round 2 CTP at $500,000. And then you have replacement of HVAC at $500,000.
So that adds up to what?
It adds up to $2,094,700. $2,094,700.
2.1 million, and what's left? That's what we've allocated, we've assigned.
1.2.
You still got 1.2, so Madam Chair, in your capital fund, outside your general fund, that we set aside after we make a certain threshold, whether it's 11%, 12%, 13%, what's left over, we said we put 25% aside for this. You've got $1.2 million left over, even after this. Got it. All right, so we got room. All right, Miguel, you got, it was already there, but I just wanted to highlight that. So again, this is about 2.0, this is for our formal planning, and $500,000. The board will go through a formal process. Miguel, what is the process in which we go about doing that? If we move forward on that, that is a formal RFQ process?
Yes, that is correct. Procurement of studies and professional services would go through an RFQ, request for qualification process, to be in conformance with federal criteria and state requirements as well. So we would follow that process. There would be a committee that would review the submittals, rank the consultants,
Yep.
and then make a recommendation to the board to award on-demand contracts based on those qualifications.
Okay, that'll yield. That's sufficient enough. Thank you both. Madam Chair, let me yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mitchell, you have the
Yes.
floor.
Yes, I only have a couple. Can we put back up the screen programming in reference to the numbers? Yes. So Rosalind, you've got my two requests, which are the $40,000 and the $20,000, which the personnel is an executive session conversation that'll need to be had and all that good stuff. But my only, I agree with my colleagues too, though, before I get to this part. I agree with my colleagues that we've set policies or set a policy that talked about how we disperse funds to those entities. And with that being said, I think we got to follow our own policy, and that is before dispersing those funds, they need to provide the information that was requested by my colleagues and myself. So let's pause on those items that are listed. And the one I'd like to also add, we spoke about this yesterday, about the tax commissioner, and that is the I think it's 419, something of that caliber, the 419. But I kind of always felt that once their budget is established and the funds are there, and we know these funds and where they're going to be used, just let it stay where it is, as opposed to, I think, you guys creative financing have created this where you've actually pulled those. I mean.
I know.
Yeah. So with that, but I want to, before I kind of indulge in a Q&A with yourself, I'd like to ask, since I see the tax commissioner here, if he would come forth and help me with the understanding of clarity of this 419 or more, or the removal of what your budget is or isn't, or so I can just actually get a clear understanding of what this is, if you will help me in that.
I sure will.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let's go back to 2020. What was approved in 2020 was $976,000 for the project of Tyler Technologies.
The software.
The software.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That was back then. We didn't use any of that money in 2020. We came back in 2021, I believe, it rolled over.
Mm-hmm.
And because we had the pandemic, they weren't going to be coming to our facility.
Correct.
Everything was going to be remote.
Mm-hmm.
So I adjusted the budget to $814,000. But now the pandemic is somewhat over. They're going to come back to our facility. So when we get our system up and running, they are going to be coming back. So we lowered it to that 814. We didn't use it because we still had the pandemic. The Board of Commissioners asked to borrow it back, which I gave it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the year, you told me you give me the 814 back at the 1st of January of that next year. Well, you actually only gave me $40,000 back. You didn't give me the 814 back, so you shorted me a little bit of money there. And then we came back, Board of Commissioners said, put everybody's salary, everybody's budget back to where it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
All the BIRs and everything. I never got my money back. So I talked to Ms. Subadan, her and I went over this, and she said, well, don't worry about it, just use the money for the software, and we'll give it back to you at the first of the year. Well, she did that. She put everything back that she promised she'd put back, and then it was taken out again. Now, this is about the third year I've gone through this budget process, and every year I'm missing money. You guys approve stuff, but then when I get my budget, I'm missing money out of it. I don't understand how that works. And I have mentioned that, and everybody keeps saying, well, you need to come at the budget when we're finalizing the budget and mention this. Well, I'm mentioning it this time because I'm not happy because my budget is still short. I don't know how you guys came up with everybody sponsoring somebody to get a budget, to get my BIRs. One of your jobs is to fund your constitutional officers. We know what we need, we put it in our budget. Now, I understand we're not supposed to get everything we want, and I'll be the first to tell you. I know I can't get everything I want. I need to get what I need to run my office, and that's what it says, that's what it says by law. I haven't got that. I'm not even close to getting what I put in my budget. I don't know where the money went. But I hear other people getting money. You know, when you hear outside entities getting money from us, I'm for the chambers and everybody else. I love that, but you can't give them money before you give your department heads who need money, sheriff who needs money. After you do all of that, then you come back and fund those departments. That's how it works. And what you guys came up with a solution that those entities shouldn't get any money without your approval. I think you put that in last year. Those departments have gotten money. I don't know how they got money, but they got money from this board without going through the board.
You're speaking of the entities, not the departments?
Yes, the entities have gotten money without going through the board. I don't know how that happens or why it's happened, but it's happened. And it's out there that it's happened. And you guys put it in. Now I heard you re-mention it now. You like to see the financials and all that good stuff. So how they got the money, I don't know. I can't get $50,000 and they get $50,000. I don't think that's fair. I'm gonna just say it how it is. If you'd have got me this morning, because I woke up early this morning thinking the meeting was at 10 o'clock, I was really hot. And I just gotta say what I need my BRRs. I need what I asked for. I don't see it on there. And I know you don't have to give it to me, but I'll tell you, other constitutional officers, we talked. We actually had our own meeting. They're upset too. Because you don't listen to us. You don't come back and tell us, we're not giving you this because of that. You just don't. You go through your process and you don't come back to us and say, well, we can't give you this for this reason. All we're asking is to be part of the conversation. Give us the information why you don't want to do it, and we can accept it or not accept it. We move on, do what you got to do, we got to do what we got to do. But all those things have not been put in, and I know, Ms. Subadan, you can vouch for me. I know you put them in there. And I know my software should have been at $635,000. I believe that's where we had it, somewhere in that neighborhood. And now it's at $490,000. Well, that's not going to get it done. And I'm going to tell you now you can roll over whichever you want to roll over, but don't try to make me look bad, because that's one of the reasons I'm here right now, telling you that ain't going to work. If I've only spent, what, $300,000? Out of originally that was budget $976,000, that's what you approved that I could have for this software. And I came back and said, hey, we're going to save money because they're not going to be on site. Well, they're back on site now. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. They're back on site, so you're short somewhere. And I don't know what you want to do about it, but it's going to roll over and I'm getting told that we'll pay it. But it's not being honest, because we're going to expend this money. We already started with the software, so you just can't stop it. You're going to spend $500,000 and say, oh, well, we're not going to give them any more money. We're going to have to expend the money somewhere. Let's account for the money, put it in the budget, and spend the money.
So I agree, let's account for it and definitely put it in the budget. And that way it's there, not with the anticipation of when you need it, but that is there when the time comes to when that project is being completed, that we do it that way, though. That's why I mentioned Rosalind yesterday about that 419, whatever that number is, 415. That number, I know we're saying the need is not there, and it's going to roll over, and we'll account for it in 2022 in March. I just think that number needs to be there, and moving forward, and when the need comes, when it arises, then it's there. You know that it will happen. The question is when, and this project is not just a tax commissioner project. It's a GIS and tax assessor's office that's kind of rolling all these numbers into his budget to do that. But here nor there, and it was one other item that you mentioned that you were missing. I just want to make sure we get clear, because I was informed that you need some kind of sponsorship of some sort.
That's what I was told. You guys are sponsoring now. We're not looking at the BIRs or anything. If I don't get a sponsor, I don't get it. I don't understand that, don't understand what you're doing on that, didn't understand the conversation, but I think you're going to get yourself in a little trouble.
Okay, so.
You're telling me I have to have a sponsor
I got
to
you.
get the funds I need to run my office.
What is the sponsor number of whatever you are being told? What is that you're being told?
Well, I think I'm short of $125,000 so far. I think I got some of it back this afternoon. I'm short of about $125,000. And nobody sponsored that, I was told. Am I right?
So out of the 30 million, if you guys recall the Paxies, and it was $30 million. When we had our retreat, we cut from the 30 to this list that I just read off.
Right.
So, and based off of that, each board member from the 30 million stated, put this under my tab. I want this on my tab. So you are sponsoring, that item or that project.
Oh, so we are sponsoring the project. It's just not in his thought process that he's in need of an additional 125.
Right. He had details out of which projects or what he needed the funding for. I think it was a total of 324,000. However, like Madam Chair, she grabbed the 3 positions.
And are those 3 positions there, or they're not there?
Yeah, they're there.
They're back there now, but
They are listed, okay.
my point is that, we did it, I don't know how other people did it. In my budget, we did a detailed list what I'm spending money. It tells you if I'm spending money for the bank fees, everything. We detailed everything in detail when we submitted our budget. And we put in every fee that we spend, every dollar that we spend. I don't know how else to do a budget when I'm telling you everything that I know I'm gonna spend. I didn't add it all up and say I needed $100,000 more. I added everything up. I mean, we went into detail. What we spent last year, on some things we did add a little more, like my postage. I plan on doing 3 more sales this year on the courthouse steps. So I had to add that in there for postage and all that good stuff. And we figured that out and how many sales we do, and we calculated it. So in 3 sales, you're gonna make more money. You should know this, Commissioner guy. You make money from doing your sales. Now, you ain't gonna make a lot, but you do make money. Depends on how many properties you got in there to sell. So those items I did add additional funds for, but that's where we're at. I don't have a sponsor.
But his operating budget, if the board chooses to where it had finance's recommendation of the credit of the 419, if the board chooses to put that back, then his request, his operating budget request wasn't touched. Hasn't been touched. Now, the other items that are not part of operation, that totals of 324, and that's what we're talking about now. It's not about the operation. His operation budget would be whole if the board chooses to eliminate the credit under the finance recommendation. His budget would be in
Now,
whole.
let me say this. I don't know how she's doing it. I don't care how you roll it over. If I got it there, I'm happy. I mean, if that's the way you want to do it, I have no objection to that. That's just the way you guys want to do business. So if she rolls it over, she's a finance guru. I trust that the money will be there when she says. but I can't wait till March if I get a bill in February. That's what I'm saying. You're saying I'll have it in March, but if I get a bill in January or February, where's the money?
Rosalind, any comments to that? I'm just, yeah.
We do it manually, like we know ahead of time, like we know at the end of December, we know what budget, what POs will be rolled over. So if he gets an invoice in and it hasn't gone before the board and there's an obligation that the board signed a contract and we have to make payment, I know that the money is in fund balance. I know the money's in
Well,
fund balance.
we know we've got fund balance.
Yeah.
We got, yes.
Well, no, the rollover, like at the end of the year, he doesn't use that $400,000. It's going into fund balance.
Understood.
That's the normal, that's normal. That's the normal practice that it'll go into fund balance. And then at March or first quarter, when we look at all of our POs, and let's say it's that.
2022 budget.
Right. We'll adjust his 2022 budget. Correct.
The $400.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is.
So-
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's the way
So tax commissioner,
county does it.
right. So tax commissioner, so that we can kind of move this on, so we can move this on. So it appears that you're where you not want to be, but you're in a good space of where things are from a financial perspective of how they move. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tax Commissioner. We appreciate it. Thank you. And I'll close with the coroner's side. I think, I'm trying to remember the number.
The credit was $92,000.
Is that a credit or is that a?
That's reducing, I'm
Reducing
sorry.
her
Yeah,
budget.
reducing her
by-
budget.
By $92,000. All because of the possible savings, I'm assuming that you guys have found some places in her budget that wasn't used and you kind of, but will that number roll over in the event that things, so that number probably needs to be re-added.
I guess looking at trends, I say,
I'd rather the trends show that we had a savings in the end in 2022 than to say we had a problem in 2022. And
Okay.
those numbers, that number was part of the problem that we didn't adjust for. I know we can go into the fund balance and grab those funds and reallocate and whatever, but I would suggest that we just put those funds back. And that way, that budget stays, whatever it is, budget neutral or the same. Okay, outside of that, I'm going to yield because there's a whole lot going on here, so, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Go on. You-
Yeah, I just want, real quick, I wanted to acknowledge something that the tax commissioner said, and it hit a nerve, but in a positive way. We start hearing y'all and them and they and so forth. For the record, district commissioners are not responsible for aggregating your budgets. Right? That's the executive branch. Follow the process. Right? So the atmosphere we created with you is to make sure that what happens, you got that executive branch that will deal you your hand. 99% of this budget, we had no visibility. And I'm like, oh yeah, you gonna show me that data? Oh, you out your mind. I don't know what y'all done did to our colleagues who are elected that need to be respected. Let me be clear. I saw this a mile away. It's like, this ain't gonna work. Right? Because again, I'm watching, I'm waiting for it to pop out on the other side. And I'm like, okay, now what y'all done did? And so I need the tax commissioner, probate, and the coroner area, like, okay, what happened to my budget? They follow it. Wait a minute, y'all gonna negotiate over somebody who make less than the county administrator as a salary? Her budget was $209, the county administrator makes more than that, y'all gonna sit there and nickel and dime her? I can't. It's where's your focus? I get it, but come on, guys. Really? But everything else rolled down. It's like, okay, it ain't like you didn't have room. There shouldn't have really been any cuts. or at least let it be held whole. And I'm looking at this like, okay, y'all ain't consistent. Now, I know there's some dead cats on the line, and maybe some things, some inner dynamics of organization. I don't have time for that. I need maturity. Because then I got to deal with the wrath and the disappointment of my colleague who's duly elected. And so now I feel you. Like, guys, why y'all, I'm sitting here like, oh, they okey-doking him. We just gonna roll this over. Like, no, y'all supposed to get him that 400 and they keep growing. Because now they're gonna say, once you're done with that project, your budget gonna drop off. Like, oh, great, they set you up. Oh, my goodness. But okay, I'm gonna sit back. I'm just a district commissioner. I'm part-time. I show up when I need to affirm and pass a resolution. But I'm going to finish my point is that remember now that with the constitutional officers, Rosin, how much was the total need of those guys? 34 million?
Yes, the total, yeah.
So it's 34 million, Mr. Tax Commissioner. Now, we only got $1 million to work with after staff and finished doing what they doing, which they did what I didn't like. They squeezed y'all out. 99% of this budget is general government. It's like, oh, y'all, now I get that y'all are big, but y'all were played. I'm looking at the distribution. I said that during the mid-year retreat, and I said, okay, this is not going to play out very well. I'm going to let this get to the end. I saw this a mile away that y'all was going to get squeezed. And y'all are groveling, and y'all constitutional. Y'all ain't department heads. Y'all took an oath like I did. Statutory. Oh, boy. But again, I'm just one vote. I'm sitting here looking at this. It was wrong. This project was wrong. Now, we only got 34 million, Greg. We only had a penny to work with. So the point is, we're just acknowledging that we got to override the general government who put this budget together to put y'all in. I don't have to do anything but let it sit back. What we're saying is that we're creating a process that, okay, well, I'm going to sponsor the magistrate. I'm going to sponsor, Greg, you might get sponsored by Commissioner Mitchell. Understand the process. Don't confuse the district commissioners with your legislator who comes and passes a budget at the end of the year versus that which created it. Our job is to check and balance. What did they do? How did they treat you in those hearings? How did they build your budget? So when they come in here with us and they're going to give me a 2-page, at my first budget retreat, a 2-pager, it was pretty. They said, boy, Commissioner Robinson, it's all right. I'm like, y'all are out your mind. Y'all think I'm going to let y'all spend $100 million with no detail. So I get it. I told you going to ride it down with this. I ain't got nobody in my finance. No one. I appreciate Rosalind, who's being told what to do. She is a vendor. And I can read that a mile away. Y'all are squeezing her as the executive and making her do things, and she's got to go along with this thing. And it's like, okay, Rosalind, you're good. Don't worry about it. I can read that a mile away. Y'all have put us in a place to that point where people out there are getting funded for budgets outside of the rules and the policies of this board. And it's embarrassing, and actually it's egregious and derelict. You should not be doing that to that point. And here we are. I got to say what y'all were dancing around saying. That's what this is about. It was about respect that okay, no, Greg, don't get it twisted. That's all we got to work with. You got $34 million worth of a need. I ain't got no but $1, but I got you. I'm gonna break you off 5, that's all I got. But I want to make sure when you talk about the heart and the intent and the motive, no. It's integrity says, no, we're going to try to take care of you as best as we can, but never lie to you about your budget. Never have to play you. With a 93% collection rate, guys, all y'all got to do is make it 95. I mean, he averages 96, 98. Y'all got room. Y'all got room to give him right now that 500 he wanted. Why are y'all playing him? He brings in revenue. And the fact because they can sit there, look you in the face, and they're going to play with you. Now, I think that's so bad. Where's the honor? He's called the Honorable Tax Commissioner. And it's like, oh, wow. But I got you, sir. I get it. But the point is, like, that's all we're looking for is just the honor. Y'all playing this with this math. Like, y'all know I can read y'all a mile away, and you knew this day of reckoning was coming. Y'all are not going to mess up this budget. Nor are you going to dishonor the process we went through to get it to this place. If I can't trust my numbers because y'all are manipulating this like, oh, y'all don't want that wrath. Like, what are y'all doing? This is not a personal, this is not private. That's why I take great, like, no, we ain't touched nothing. It's very transparent. No, put mine on the agenda. for 20 grand. And I'm transparent. Put my aid stuff on there. But y'all slipping money out the back door for this agency and that ain't cool. But anyway, I just had to make that point. I acknowledge, y'all got room on this budget, guys, to my peers, Madam Chair. I think we're good. I mean, you're at the public hearing part. Open it up. If somebody wants to say something else, call your vote. You're there.
Madam Chair?
Okay, Commissioner Guider.
Okay, Roslyn, when he got the $976,000, he did a blanket PO, right? So he's been pulling from that, but they haven't billed him for some of that. And we can't have open-ended POs at the end when we're closing the books. We got to do something with that money if it's not spent. That's why it goes into the fund balance. But then for your next year's budget, it's going to be adjusted back in there because you have a new PO. It's an accounting thing, okay? It's not that we're taking it away from you. We have to close the books by March 31st?
Yes.
By March 31st, we close the books, and we can't have an outstanding PO. That's all. It's just an accounting thing. And right now, we don't know how much you're going to pull from the 2021 budget out of the PO that you have out there now. It's only by March 31st that you'll know, well, I've already paid them another $500,000, but I still owe them $200, but they haven't billed me for it. Well, we're going to have to close that PO out with the $500 being in the 2021 budget, and then the $200 being in the 2022 budget. Nothing's been taken away from you. It's an accounting thing. We have to close the books at some point. We're required by law to do that. But Commissioner Robinson is right. We did not see your budget until we see a total figure. We don't know what you asked for and what was bargained at the time, whether or not you go with 3 employees or 2 employees. We don't see that, okay? And I'm with you with this sponsoring thing. I think it's a bunch of crap. I don't know how we ever got to this point anyway. But we should have reconciled the budget, just going line items saying we need to do this and that and the other. You shouldn't have to find you a sponsor. I agree with that. Because someone's going to be left out. And it's not fair to the ones that's left out. But because we don't know. We don't know the details of your budget is what I'm saying. So, but that's the only reason. We're not taking the money away from you. We're trying to, at the end of the fiscal year, when we close the books, we've got to close your PO. And anything left over, we will adjust your 22 budget. Does that make sense? Okay. It's an accounting thing. And so I think what happened is you put what you have now outstanding in your 22 budget. Well, see, some of that's going to still come out of your 2021 budget. You see where I'm going here? So I think that's why they took that out of your 22 budget, because it's only what's going to be left over or that you need to finish paying this vendor out will go into your 22 budget. Does that make sense? Did I say this right?
You did.
Okay.
You did.
But we just can't have open-ended POs. We have to close the books at some point in time. But right now, we don't know how much you're going to have paid out to that vendor by March 31st. Okay? I don't blame you. You gonna get your 976, okay? Because that was what was approved. That was what was approved. But it's just, this that we're taking it away from you, we're not. We're not. It's how you close the books and then you go on to the next year. Okay? Okay, so you're okay with that? You're okay with that, okay? But anyway, as far as your personnel, I think Madam Chair had it on her tab. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of clarify that. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Now you're back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Certainly, I just had a comment, and thank you for clarifying that is accounting. Rosalind had to help me understand. That was probably one of my least favorite subjects, debits, credits, accounting. And she explained it, the encumbrance. And when she explained it, I feel that it's very important that she explained it not only to me, but also to the tax commissioner as well, in which she did. But I remember $300,000 being taken out of our COVID contingency funding and allocated to your budget tax commissioner to allow you to start the purchase of your system early last year. How are those numbers, that $300,000, how is that calculated? I know it was COVID-19 funding, certainly was it added? How do we?
Yeah, we moved the 300,000 to his budget.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But that,
But he's been
was it
making
coming out of
payments off
was
of
it coming out of the general fund or?
It came out from the COVID.
The
So
COVID.
we just transferred from the COVID funding into the tax commissioner's budget.
Okay. And then on the coroner's projection, she's projected Board of Commissioners to come in about $304,000 this year. Her budget was $209, but for 2021, we are projecting $304. So we have $354,000 in her budget. Spoke with her today, and she's happy and it's not necessarily a cushion, but it's just a variable to allow her to adjust if she needed. She was comfortable with that, and, we certainly, in working with the finance team, we look at trends, and we really probably don't even need a budget process if we're not going to look at trends and look at how far we are under budget. We try to make those adjustments, but at the same time, make sure that our constitutional officers, our elected officials, and also the departments get what they need. And again, like you said, Commissioner Robinson, we have a nickel to try to make all this happen. But if I could just say it, I believe all these budgets this year, all the budgets by looking at all the departments, they're inflated because we are trending 6% under budget, but we left them alone because we said, you know what, that we are in a pandemic. We're going to make sure that those budgets that you can operate and not keep coming back. So we did some things, I think, that were really prudent and allow us to operate and keep the county whole. So I have no further comment, and we've all kind of shared our thoughts, and I'm just going to call the question regarding this budget, and if you like it, we can go. Okay, we need some adjustments.
Well,
Let me ask a question, first of all, to the board on the items that were coming out of the UNINC, and certainly I agree with the tax commissioner. Those items that are listed, such as the Douglas County Museum, which is part of that building, belongs to the Board of Commissioners, as quiet as it's kept. Just had a question for you, Rosalind. The CAC, the Douglas County Museum, and the Chamber, and also, is the Development Authority included? Because they get a funding. They just asked for $25,000. So do we leave that in, board, or we take that off the tab as well? Because those others who have not provided paperwork, according to you all, like I said, the Douglas County Museum has submitted some paperwork, and Tiffany has copies of it, and I have it. They sent it actually to our Tiffany Stewart Stanley. do we just still allocate that funding just in the budget but not touch it, or how are we doing this? I'm just saying, we're not going to
Yeah.
dole it out, or we just leave it, just take them totally off? How are we planning to do that?
Yes, I recommend that you could take them out, and I guess when the board chooses for the MOUs, or if you want to allocate, at that point, when the MOUs are presented, then we establish a budget for them.
And that the MOUs have to be, the structuring of those MOUs are from our legal services and those entities. So that is just an amendment that will come back if the board so chooses. I'm just trying to get an idea.
Yes, that's what my recommendation is. You establish the budget then.
For that, because
Yes.
because what is the balance of that, the unequal funds? Pretty
It's like-
healthy.
Yeah, it's $5 million.
Okay. And talk about if we don't utilize those hotel motel taxes. You know, you said something, they just can't sit there. They have to be utilized for something, so the board will be aware of that. That's,
Okay, I was thinking of all your unink, well, once you transfer it to unink, it's yours. We weren't talking about the hotel motel.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the unink.
it's just the unink, right, yes. There's no it's a restriction on the funds, but not a time period.
okay. All right, so tell the board what we have in terms of the restriction. Mhm. Vice Chair?
Yeah, just as a point of clarity, and again, we didn't get into it in this budget cycle, hotel motel tax. And I just thought about, so you're telling me that you're not using the unequal fund to balance the budget, that we got $5 million free and clear?
Well, I don't know if it's, yeah, well.
Just
Yeah.
talk to me.
Yeah, that's the fund balance of your uninked.
All right, stay with me. All right, I made my point. All right, just let that go. Y'all know how healthy this thing is? We're nickel and diming. I mean, again, I'm having to figure this on the dime and I can't see. But I can discern, like, okay, guys, this thing was hidden. This process was grievous and it shouldn't have been. This was harder than last year and we were in trouble. This should not have been that hard. We should have all transparency. It should all been in. We shouldn't have to shell game this thing. The taxpayers, he's been in this a long time. It wasn't that he didn't understand. It was about trust. It's about you telling me what you're saying this is, and it's like, okay, we're having to rebuild a relationship with a guy that's like, oh, we shouldn't even be here. It shouldn't even be strained. When I tell you this number is solid, it's solid. All right, the point is back to what we can have, though, guys, if we approve whatever. Let's say the board approved appropriations. You can't now go use the policies, I get to spend up to $25,000, I get to move this money over. Let me be clear, we now have a policy that blocks that. So county finance director, anybody else that now goes against the will of the board, there are going to be penalties. You can't move that money. That's what things were slipping out of here. Like, no, don't do that behind the back of the board. Don't do that. And that's like, oh, y'all don't want this. What are you doing? You don't sneak. And that's the issue that y'all putting the full board in, like, no, we ain't had nothing to do with that. So let me clear my conscience and my record. But as it relates to, when we talk about, don't miss the sponsorship, guys. The point is, the staff came up with a budget. It was we had 104 and they only budgeted 103. Well, that's all they did. It wasn't my fault that they didn't accommodate and fill out the million. They basically said, well, you got $34 million need, which is constitutional officers, y'all figure it out. I think that was sort of weak. They just threw it over the wall. So my point is, well, I only got one vote. I got to get to some combination of three. You ain't got to find a sponsor. We could have just left it alone, let the budget be that. The point is we get to look at what we want to because of our discretion, what is important to us. That's our discretion. So you get a combination of three people, your stuff go in. You don't have to have a sponsor. That's our language. But you only had so much and we have to choose. So we have to create these tabs to figure out how we're going to get to a combination of three. That's efficient. How you going to get there? All right, so again, yeah, somebody gets left behind. That's not my problem. Y'all grown, y'all elected. That's all we got. Those are the line items. Pick one. You got three people that agree with it, it goes in. I mean, it's not a competitive, like you got some performance. It's just choice, which means that you probably should build a healthy working relationship with the commissioners. Our vote matters. But you don't have to do anything, please, to the tax commissioner or any other elected official. You ain't got to do that. You really don't. Our job is to help bridge the gap. The district commissioners are bridging the gap what the administration didn't do. So our point is like, well, okay, how we can help with this process. So please, don't get confused. All right, Madam Chair, we got to go. All right, I yield.
Okay, could you tell us those items that are,
Well,
what do you
I
have?
didn't get a vote, so I didn't hear a vote or three, so I don't know.
They all went in. Everything you heard. Did you capture all the votes?
If
Did you capture
everything if we're saying everything is in, okay, that's easy. If we're saying everything is in, and we added, the one item, and that was the spacing planning at 40,000. So for capital items, you're at $2,094,700. Your budget established was $3,348,210. That leaves you with $1,253,510. Your general fund.
Hold on. Don't move off that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I? All right, based on today's Transportation Committee, there was a recommendation that came forth from the committee to amend our LMIG list. There was a subdivision for District 4 that was left off, and though it exceeds our normal allocation, it was appropriate and prudent that we make a recommendation to a board to accommodate them to finish that. In other words, okay, you don't do a 95% of a subdivision, don't finish the back row. That's sloppy, that's amateur, and no staff can finish that. So we're just closing the loop. Miguel, can you confirm for us what the recommendation, the amount was, please, sir? So we can make this as part of this capital while she's in there?
Yes, the discussion at the Transportation Committee meeting was based on the length of that road, Falls Drive, in the Mason Creek subdivision. Just to resurface it would be about $60,000. However, based on how we normally do it with the patching and milling that would be necessary, it would be about $140,000 to add that road.
Yeah. So 100, let me just smooth this out. So $150,000 to complete this half a mile road segment. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. Put that on the list, please. That came as a recommendation from the Transportation Committee today, so take it as is. Now, you've refined the numbers. Madam Guider, are you okay with that number?
Sir, whatever it takes to do the,
All right, just to complete that subdivision,
Straight.
that would be for any of the district commissioners if you got caught short. Yes, Commissioner Carthen, we're cleaning all that up. We'll never do that again. I apologize. But can you put that on the list, please, Rosalind? You got that? So now recalibrate that list with the capital.
Capital.
That you just said. We had 3
capital
million.
transportation.
So you should be up to 2,240,000.
44,700.
Yep.
So the difference, what you have available still in capital is $1,103,510.
1 million, say that once again. Rob.
1,103,510.
Okay, thank you.
Now, that's in your capital. That doesn't have anything to do with your fund balance in that 29 million. That's just what we've been paying into, right?
That is correct.
Got it.
The next is the million, is general fund, and the budget, or what you established, and that was the revenue over the expenditures. It was at $1,054,439. Your total general fund priorities are $1,131,647. Your priorities are more than what your budget established, so of $77,208. And your general fund balance would be $104,708,732.
So,
Madam Chair, can I ask the question? Now, Rosalind, if we have, and we know we're going to have some money left over and above the 30, let's see, no, you said 30,000, I mean 30 million or 40
Right.
million or something, and I'm predicting another 10, but can we put out of that money, the extra money that we know we're going to have, can we put it and refurbish the capital transportation?
Yes, you can do, not at this point, but
when we realize.
That is correct, yes, yes.
Okay, very
Yes.
good.
Transfer it, yes.
And I recommend that we do so.
Just make that as part of the consideration.
Okay. Keep
Like
going, you
that.
have all of it, because we pulled out of that fund as well. You said we $77,208 over on the general fund, correct?
What's in your
So the next-
contingency, real quick? What's in your contingency?
The contingency is at 575.
575,000?
Yeah, 575,000.
Well, there it is. Take that down to 500, there's your 75.
Okay.
There you
Done.
go.
So to cover the $77,208, I'm going to, the funding source for that would be contingency. Okay?
Okay.
So you do have a balance.
Commissioner Mitchell? No, that's fine, that's fine.
And,
Commissioner Carthen?
She fell asleep.
On ink,
Yeah.
okay. On ink, please.
Okay, on ink, the total is $726,476.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Yes, Commissioner?
may I take the floor?
Yes, you may have the floor.
Thank you. My recommendation in regards to those particular entities, the Douglas County Museum, the CAC, Vision 21, Museum Consultant, Chamber, Development Authority, Board of Health, and Communications and Community Relations, reclassification part-time, minus that one, because I understood Madam Chair's request for that one. But those entities, according to our policy, those entities need to fall under that policy. So for now, I ask that we pull those entities out of the budget for tonight, and that they adhere to our budget policy, and we allow for our deputy director to come up with a format that each and every person who asks us outside of the Board of Commissioners and directors and the commission, the elected officials, that they must fill out that form, come before us if necessary, but at least adhere to the policy, the MOU, and the form that we come up with. So I say we amend the budget to take out those items that I just listed from the UNE. Don't touch the UNE fund. Leave those out and only put in
We have some.
the community relations. It's fine. Tax commission is fine. Everything except for those entities that must fall under that policy that we passed. And that's my amendment to the budget.
Okay, the public,
Madam,
but the Board of Health, I believe, comes out of the general fund. Is that correct, Rosalind?
That is
Commissioner,
correct.
The Board of Health comes out of the general fund, so that is not out of the UNE. And also we have.
Yeah, I see that.
And we have code
Yeah.
enforcement that's in that UNE, and we want to continue on with that idea. Those ones that you mentioned, those outside agencies, we will pause on those. I'm in agreement. We will pause, and we can always amend. We just need to get the paperwork in place and start the process. So I'm
Matt.
pausing. So I just wanted her to, I still wanted a statement regarding what the balance is in that UNE fund. If Rosalind, you could just let us know what the balance is, and then we can go on. But I heard those requests.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I make a suggestion that we just put that money on those items that was listed into contingency until such time as they come forward with the required report.
Can we place an earmark in the in the
Just put it in the.
You will have an
contingency.
uninked, we'll create an uninked
It'll be
contingency.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be an uninked contingency.
we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. So
Tell me
then-
what the balance is.
So it'll stay the same then.
Okay, so what is the balance?
Okay, the balance is.
I think we moved it. 5 million.
Yeah, you started off with $5,814,241, and the uninked totals $726,476. Remaining will be $5,087,765.
Okay. I just wanted the board to hear that. Okay, any other fund? Animal services, I
Yeah.
believe. Commissioner Carlton, we wanted you to hear what's remaining in animal services. I think you sponsored something in animal services, and then I'll call the question board. Animal services.
Animal control.
Yeah, animal
It's,
control.
the beginning balance is 60, your budget established, it's $66,406. Animal control totals $19,472. The remaining balance is $46,934.
Okay. All right. Board of Commissioners, at your pleasure, I will call the question, and you've heard the readings, and we all certainly have a plan.
You said you was good.
If we- what-
Do you-
We're in motion, guys.
Should
Come
I,
on, we're-
should I?
I certainly want to yield to the tech, just ask it. What you said, the 400,000 that we talked about, that is an encumbrance, is that? Okay, okay, that's fine. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to? Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve? Let me start over, because I have background noise. Board of Commissioners, do we approve the resolution to adopt the 2022 budget with the corrections that were stated by our Director of Finance, our interim director, as stated? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Carpenter?
Thank you. Rosalind, can you give us the total amount of the budget that we are voting on?
Yes, just a second. Okay. The total would be $104,708,732,000, 104,708,732.
And Rosalind, can you give us what our revenues collected? Because our policy states that we cannot go over what we collected prior revenue collected.
Yes. It's $104,631,524.
So if my calculations are correct, we're off by a little over $100,000.
No, because we're going to take it out of the contingency, so we're going to reduce the contingency. It is listed as 575, but we're going to reduce it to balance.
Then, we gotta reduce
So
it.
revenue collected minus what you just said in contingency does not put us over policy.
No, let me reduce, just a second.
She's crunching numbers,
Yeah.
Commissioner. Give her
It's
just
hard
give her a
to do
second.
it with-
Give her a second.
Because what I don't want is for us to, I'm a policy person, so I don't want us to forego our policy because we want to squeeze everything in. We have to be prudent.
Yeah.
So this is the reason why before we make the vote, we just reconcile what that budget is, what was collected, just to make sure that we're not going over it. So that's why I'm asking this question.
Yes, she's
Right.
crunching.
Right, and we will not, I want to check all my numbers, but the board has approved the shortage will come out of the contingency.
That's 77,000.
Right, yes. So you would be right in line with whatever the revenue is, and if you give me just
Take
a
your
second.
time.
Yeah, give
You gotta
her,
get
give
it
her a
right.
minute, Commissioner Carthen. She's
It's
crunching
the
numbers.
principle. It's
Just
the
give her-
principle.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for just calming just take your time, Rosalind. I know how numbers can be.
Yeah.
You hit one
And then
wrong
it's-
number, it's a
and
wrap.
then it's 9 o'clock, it's my bedtime too, so.
We got a long way to go yet.
Bedtime.
Sorry, County Clerk, I tried.
77,208.
Okay. Yeah, let me get my number. You coming to wake me? Right. So your revenue is 104,631,524, and your expenditure is equal to your revenue. So it's also 104,631,524.
All right. Commissioner Carthen? Okay, did you, is that
Thank you, Madam
sufficient? Okay. Okay, Board of Commissioners, we have a motion.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell.
Yes, so I just want to make sure for clarity, because I think the tax commissioner is not quite clear on, your question is, Rosalind, is, we did, from my understanding when you guys last had the conversation up here a moment ago, you actually going to roll his in March, his funding that he's speaking of. And that's where those numbers will come in versus they're not in this budget.
Right, but the tax commissioner, what he's speaking of is his taxes. His operating budget, he's fine with because he knows he's going to get the 400,000.
Understood.
But it was 3 items that he requested in his taxi. And there were some salary adjustments and the additions to his staff. His additions to staff, they are included in the budget, but
They
his
are.
salary, right.
Okay.
Yes. But his salary adjustments are not. And his salary adjustments totaled $125,000. And
Correct.
those are not included. So everything else is fine except the 125 is not in the budget. The 125,000.
Madam Chair, can I add something?
Yes, I got the floor, yes.
Can I add something,
No,
Madam
you
Chair?
got the floor.
You can ask
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes,
Can I?
yes, yes.
However, the tax commissioner's staff is included in the
The
5%
ARPA, in the ARPA,
increases
yes.
in the ARPA funding.
Right.
Okay.
But he was asking for
He's
more.
looking for the 125. That's,
Yeah, it was more.
and that's okay. I mean, I get it. I just wanted him to hear kind of where they are, because I don't want him to feel like he was not going acknowledged. That's all. Okay. So with that being stated, I yield the floor back, Madam Chair.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, please prepare to cast your votes.
Madam Chair, based on the amendment, I think it's going to have to be a hand vote and an oral from
Okay, no
Commissioner
problem.
Carthen, please.
When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3, District 3, and District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries, and the budget of 2022 is approved by the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Hoo-ha.
Board of Commissioners, at this time, certainly I know we have our citizens and also our staff waiting to hear some of their items, but if you could just allow us to take just a 5-minute break, it would be highly appreciated. Just if we could, communications, if y'all could just cut us for 5 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Is there any coffee anywhere?
Okay.
I'll just try to wear us down.
That was good. Board of Commissioners, we will certainly reconvene. We have all our commissioners here, and Commissioner Carthen is still virtual. So we are ready to begin the process again, and we appreciate all the, certainly the patience of our citizens and our staff. Board of Commissioners, we are moving on to tab number 7, and tab number 7 is approval of the resolution adopting the 2021 Comprehensive Transportation Plan update and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review, and I see 21-329. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve the resolution adopting the 2021 Comprehensive Transportation Plan?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Carthen. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
Just one statement.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Just for the record, this is the consulting firm, VBH, came before us at our last meeting. They made a formal presentation to the public regarding this matter, and now all we're doing at this point is adopting this to a resolution. This plan, which will take us 30 years out, dealing with all of our capital transportation needs. So I just wanted to make that for the record, Madam Chair, that we're just adopting what we already had visibility to in our last meeting. I yield.
All right, Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second, and certainly any other discussion? If not, please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries, Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to our new business items. We have tab number 8, approval to amend the ARPA list by removing $500,000 for the HVAC category and allocating the funding as follows: $200,000 for Community Services Board and $300,000 for Program Management, and utilizing the Capital Improvement Fund in the amount of $500,000 to fund the HVAC replacement program. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second? Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, Board of Commissioners, and the motion carries. We're going to move on to tab number 9, authorization to issue an RFQ for on-demand consulting services for a funding administrator/program manager for federal and state infrastructure projects. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, Board. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. Board of Commissioners, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. We're going to move on to tab number 10. Tab number 10 is approval of a proposed policy establishing rules and procedures for the selection and responsibilities of the Vice Chair of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item, the policy as read.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a second, Board?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, in the approval of this, I would like to also have our great leadership of Michael and our attorneys to kind of go back and look at some policies and codes and ordinance to make sure that this policy stands within line of, it doesn't conflict with any other code or ordinance that we have that may be a part of this vice chairman layout, okay? And that include not only this, but other ordinance and policies that we're actually making reference to, so.
Mhm. Okay. Any, you want one of the legal?
Yes,
Yeah.
to make it perfectly clear, I would like to have Michael actually do that.
Yeah. Attorney Coleman, you have the
Yeah.
floor to expound on
Well,
this
I
policy.
don't really need an explanation, other than just I want him to kind of do his due diligence.
Yes, okay, thank you. He just wants you to do your due diligence. It's pending. We
We
just
will
need you
do.
to do your due diligence later. Okay,
We will
thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
And I have a question, okay, for Vice Chair Robinson.
Has he yielded?
Yes, I yield. Mhm.
All right, so let's make sure, again, so this is regarding the vice chairman. Now, we're establishing a formal process in which the vice chairman is selected here in Douglas County, which I think is appropriate. So let me make sure I get this right. So we're going to, as a board, pick, annually or biannually, every other year, the vice chairman? First question.
Every other year, yes.
All right, so it runs for 2 years, so it's sort of
Correct.
like the reps. Okay, got it. When will the first time be selected?
The top of the year, our first meeting in January 2022.
Okay, first meeting in January 22. It runs for 2 years. Any absence, someone doesn't make the election or something, they get picked as it, what happens?
That person will, at that point in time, the board will actually go back through another election process at the top of the year of that meeting of 2023, January.
And what happens, and what is the nomination process? Will it be in secret? Will it be in executive session? Will it be on the floor? How will that be handled?
I'm open for that. I mean, I think it should be done in the public, but, I mean, I'm open. I'm hoping that we do it in the public and not do it behind an executive session. I think it should be done in an open meeting for the general
Like
public.
committees? Is it
Say again?
like committees?
No, it'll be this board at the top of the meeting, our first meeting in January. We will select whomever that person or persons and make a cast a vote to say 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0 for that particular vice chair.
Got it. And then the last question is that if there's no person that gets 3 votes, what happens?
Well, I mean, you'll have to hopefully select another. You'll go through the whole process again.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
I made my point. I'm having fun, guys, because I am stepping
Yeah.
back, but this is for these guys to think through this, that because it is a different way of doing things. And again, we're trying to move ourselves forward. So Commissioner Mitchell, thank you for allowing me to sort of weigh in. Again, everybody gets to speak, and so I yield the floor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Board of Commissioners, we have, certainly the question is in motion here. So we have a motion and a motion and a second, so please prepare to cast your votes.
Am I allowed to abstain?
We have a 4-1 vote and the motion carries.
Who?
I can't see who.
Did I do it? I made a mistake?
Sorry, Commissioner Guider opposed.
Okay.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right, we'll go to tab number 11, amendment to the policy establishing rules and procedures for the selection and responsibilities of the vice chair.
Wait a minute.
This sounds like a duplicate.
It sounds like, Lisa, did we mean, is this an error? Tab number,
11.
I'm sorry, this was an amendment that Commissioner Robinson had made to Commissioner Mitchell's.
And I'd like to cancel it. What do I need to do? I would like to pull this from the agenda.
okay.
Let me make sure I understand. So 11, there's no action being requested to be taken.
That's correct.
So I think if there's no motion on it, it will just die on its
As
own.
is.
Okay. So I will move
Yeah,
on
don't
to
even-
the next, which is the business items.
Yep.
Tab number 12, Authorization for the chairman to execute the 2022 annual agreements with Share House, Douglas County Shelter Incorporation, Board of Assessors, the attorney, Board of Assessors Attorney, Stanco and Associates Justice Consultants, LLC, Douglas County Travel and Tourism, Inc., and the Employee Car Allowances. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes.
I'm sorry, Chairman, can I get who made those again? I didn't hear.
Okay, I need to name them again.
Who made the motion in the second?
Oh, who? It was Commissioner Guider.
Motion or second?
I made the motion.
She made the motion, Guider, and Keller
And-
made the
And
second.
he's,
And Vice Chair made
Vice
the...
Chair.
Uh-huh, made the second. Okay? So we have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, Board, please prepare to cast your votes. Okay? Okay, 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries, Board. We're going to move on to our tab number 13 under our business items. Tab number 13, authorization for the chairman to execute 2022 employment agreements for contract employees. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your vote. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Board of Commissioners. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 14, approval of an agreement to install electric vehicle charging stations at the courthouse in the amount of $7,050 to be funded through contingency funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. They both hit me at the same time. I think I heard soprano first and then bass. Okay, Commissioner Carter. I mean,
You mean
Commissioner
Guider?
Guider. Woo, it's late. Excuse me. Commissioner Guider.
Thank you, ma'am. I thought I heard on the news yesterday that the federal government's going to fund some charging stations. So I would like to table this, or I don't think we should pay for it because I think the federal government's going to pay for it.
Well,
Okay. Is there a motion? We already have a motion on the floor. Is there-
It's her comment.
Yes, your comment.
So she yielded, and the next person gets to speak.
Okay. That's your comment?
Mhm.
Okay.
I yield.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, so again, one more time, is this amount in the budget already? Question, did we bring this up during the budget cycle, during the tab? Commissioner? It's in addition to that?
Because this is coming from the contingency, from the 7,000.
I'm fine, but we got a part, I thought I heard a number about 40,000 for all of it being, is there something different?
No, he's right.
This is it as is?
That's the tab, what he's speaking of, the tab to the 40,000 and not put on there. But that's all going to be directed, Vice Chairman Robinson. It's all going to be directed by the consensus of Madam Carthen and her clear directions to James in this whole process.
I'll let y'all work that out.
Yes.
So you're okay like this? Okay. All right, my point is, I get the federal government, and I acknowledge that point, but we always want to go that we're not broke. We're going to the state and the feds with nothing. The fact that we have a little small pilot program in front of our courthouse, look what we're doing on our own, then you can leverage. To not take any action, I think this is a good first effort, like sometimes you got to do for yourself. It's funny how our narratives get conflicted sometimes. It's like, okay, come on, guys, we're mature. Right, so we got a little program, you guys are thinking through this, like leverage your expertise, I'm going to yield. But come on, let's think through this. So when it's coming, we say, look, we're already working on this, help us leverage to all of our parks, all this, all that. But let's get in the game, but just don't just say, well, wait till the feds tell us what to do. That's the formula for inaction, and that means that we're not conscious of what we're doing and what we're really trying to achieve as a county, and that we're trying to be progressive. And I don't need the feds to tell me how to think, nor the state. I can go to them like, look, this is my balance sheet, this is what I'm working with, these are the priorities the county have said, this is our thought leadership, and here's, let's be conscious, guys. Anyway, I yield, that was my comments, I'm good.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. You have anything to say?
No,
Okay.
I've already made my
Okay, we
statement.
have a
Yeah.
motion and a second on the floor. Please prepare to cast your votes. Four-one vote, and Board of Commissioners, the motion carries. So we're going to move on to tab number 15, authorization for the chairman to execute 2022 annual agreements with juvenile contract attorney Marcia O'Brien, juvenile contract attorney Amber Walden, juvenile contract attorney Tim McMillan, juvenile contract attorney Bunny Binkley, and juvenile contract attorney Robert Kuntz, eliminating one contract attorney position and utilizing those funds to increase these 5 contracts by $5,000 each. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. Please prepare to cast your votes. Lisa? I'm waiting on the vote to come.
I'm sorry, we had a technical difficulty. I'm going to have to start the vote over.
Okay. Board of Commi- Yeah, you just vote again, once again, she just, okay. We have a 4-1 vote, and the motion carries. Okay.
Who's a no vote?
Who's a no vote, Lisa?
Commissioner Carthen.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Board of Commissioners, I have just lost my spot. Okay, here I am again. Apologize. Board of Commissioners, tab number 16, approval to allocate budgeted and unused salary funds for incentive/hazard pay for all juvenile court employees in the amount of $5,000 for each employee, total gross amount of $35,000. And this item was tabled on November 30th, 2021. Do we have a motion to untable this
So
item?
moved.
Okay, second. We have a motion and a second to untable. Board, when I call your name, please respond accordingly. Your district, District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to untable tab number 16. Okay, Board of Commissioners, I will start, since it's untabled, we are in active status. Tab number 16 says approval to allocate budgeted and unused salary funds for incentive/hazard pay for all juvenile court employees in the amount of $5,000 for each employee, total gross amount of $35,000. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. We have a motion and a second. The motion is made by Commissioner Guider, the second, Commissioner Carthen. Okay. Board of Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
All right, this was tabled 2, maybe 3 times. We're pending, we're in transition for a couple of reasons. Can a new county attorney, somewhat elect, Michael, can you weigh in on this and say, did we get everything clarified from a legal perspective? Because that's how we left it on the table. Are we resolved?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
At our last meeting, I expressed some concern about whether or not this matter would constitute a violation of that provision of the state gratuities clause, which prohibits paying compensation for work that has already been performed. When I went back and reviewed the documents that had been submitted by Judge Harrison in support of the request and talked to her about it, it was pretty clear that it was really not a bonus, and it was really a payment to incentivize the employees to stay and continue working into the next year. And incentive payments like that are not a violation. So based upon that analysis, not a violation of the gratuities clause, so based upon that analysis, I think I concluded that the gratuities clause issue was okay, was resolved. There were some provisions in the Merit System Code that we had some concerns about, specifically that all employees of the same class be paid the same within a range, and a couple of other provisions, but after reviewing what had been submitted, it appears that the employees were at the lower end of the range and substantially less than comparably paid employees and comparably situated employees. So therefore, assuming that to be the case, I think Judge Harrison confirmed that, then that would resolve those concerns regarding the code provisions.
Thank you.
Based upon that, it is in the discretion of the board as to how they would like to approach this matter.
Got it. I'm good. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Chairman Robinson. Certainly, Board of Commissioners, we are in question status, and we have a motion and a second on the table. And if there are no further remarks, please prepare to cast your votes.
It already popped up. I've already voted.
You voted?
It was on my screen.
It was already on the screen.
Oh, okay, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. All right, we're going to move on, and thank you, Judge Harrison, for your
Take care.
patience. Take care. Appreciate all that you do to support your staff. We're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to tab number 17, approval of a new county public safety compensation policy. This was tabled from November 30th, 2021. Do we have a motion to untable?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Board of Commissioners, when I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to untable this item, which is tab number 17, and we will...
Who seconded that? Okay.
Okay. All right. We have Board of Commissioners, so now this item has been officially untabled. I will call the question. Do we have a motion to approve for the approval of a new county policy safety compensation policy?
Point of order, Madam Chair. May I?
Yes. You smiling, what you...
No, I'm good. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Rosalind, we just want to make sure that the policy includes who? from a frontline perspective, that's all I'm trying to cover, Madam Chair, for the record. Who are the segments that are impacted? I think there were 8. Let me make sure if I get them right. I will let y'all catch up. So there's the sheriff, there's fire, there's EMS, there's E911, there is animal control, there's code enforcement, there's coroner, and who?
EMA? Did you get EMA?
I said EMS, right? They're the same or they're separate?
EMA.
All right, that's fine. EMA versus EMS, no disrespect. Did I get them all?
Yes.
So sheriff, fire, EMS, EMA, E911, animal control, code enforcement, coroner, that's 8. Did I get them all? I did good. All right, just want to do that for the record, Madam Chair. I
Okay.
yield, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Guyder?
just to refresh my memory, this is to add a meal, right? To subsequent millage rate settings. Is that what this is on?
Can you clarify?
Pardon?
No, I'm asking Vice Chair if you can clarify. Is that,
I could get Lisa to.
Lisa, can you look through
To read it.
the minutes and let us know what?
I'm just.
Okay.
I don't. Anybody ask any questions?
Okay, this is for public safety. The Board of Commissioners shall create a public safety district to allow appropriate and salary funding for all areas of public safety such as sheriff, fire, EMS, E911, animal control, code enforcement, EMA, and the coroner. A separate accounting fund akin to the Capital Transportation Fund shall be created. The source of funding shall be a fixed 1 mil on top of the annual millage rate, which is set every calendar year. This public safety rate shall be fixed at 1 mil independent of the set millage rate for 10 years. At the end of the 10-year term, the public safety rate can be reestablished in whole at 1 mil or quarter fractions thereof by majority vote of the Board of Commissioners for a period of 5 or 10 years thereafter. The proceeds within this public safety the proceeds within this public safety fund shall be only applied to the salary components of the public safety areas and cannot reduce the current annual appropriations amounts of the salary parts of the budget to ensure compliance with any effective state budgetary laws. The effective date of this public safety millage rate shall occur simultaneously on the day which the Board of Commissioners sets its annual millage rate, and the proceeds in the fund shall be available in the following fiscal year. Therefore, the first effective date of the public safety rate is September 1, 2022, and the proceeds shall be applied to the 2023 fiscal budget. Direction is given to elected officials or department heads for fund usage towards salary adjustments, promotions, overtime, bonuses, and/or performance awards.
Thank you, ma'am. Are we in discussion? Is that
Yes,
right?
we are.
Okay. I would just like to say this is not the way to do it, to strap the subsequent boards of commissioners with a tax increase or add-on tax. We could do this out of the fund balance. We could set up an account that we could put 5%, whatever, of fund balance into an account, but this is not the proper way of doing it, so I yield back.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. And again, when we started this journey, this again, beginning with compensation, we're knocking it down, slowly but surely. But it was to force conversation.
Yes.
Because we talk a lot. When we started, this right here was the beginning of the year. It's like, okay, if y'all really want this, be like the military. It is the way to go if you're that serious. It's not a right or wrong. It's just choice. But I'm very proud of the board to work through all the various iterations to get there. It's squeezed to say, okay, what is the best option for us? Yes, you got 2 years. You still got to deal with this. So this policy, that I could let it lie, but like, don't do that. We're already in play. So this policy, like the living wage, will just line up with what we just did. And no, we're not binding future administrations. We know that any next board, if it's 3 of y'all brand new, y'all can repeal this.
Yes.
At any given time. It's just a policy that can ever be repealed. Right? It ain't gonna take no 2/3, no 4/5. 3 people can change anything on any given day. But I just want to say respectfully to you guys, it's just a policy that commits. Now, I'll be glad to take off that restriction. It's what I would suggest is, it's whatever the balance is needed. That if you can't float this by yourself, you want to do what you got to do. That would be the only thing. But it was not to obligate you to a 10 years. That's not what was modeled. That was not what was said. As a matter of fact, they modeled 20, 15, and 10%. Sheriff, all we can get you was the 10 and 5. So this was a process. But the base policy, I'm going to yield to the moment to allow my peers to weigh in, is that, well, you still need to put a policy in place for front line, else they're going to be like everybody else. My point is, if you're really committed to it, then put something on the table right now in this hour and show that we're committed to front line. Don't drop it on the 1 yard line. We're right here. Don't abandon, don't quit, don't be pouty, don't walk away. Right now, what is the solution that says, okay, I get it, guys. But let's come up with a set of words that move this forward, that front line, because if we let this drop, I want to hit us again. That you gave me that 2 years, now it's just federal money, but you really weren't committed. The feds are parking us now. I'm just saying. I yield, Madam Chair. Let everybody else say what they got to say. We're going to keep it moving.
Okay, well,
I made my point.
let me run it in zone for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I like the suggestion, whatever the balance is needed, because it's not a set rate, it's not fixed, but the balance, it may not be a lot at all. Certainly, if we put some measures in place, we're looking at several things. We're looking at the commercial side, so the balance may not be much at all, but it does give us some leeway in case something needs to be done to make up the shortfall. So I like that better than a commitment of one meal. That's my personal opinion. All of us have different views, but that's the lens that I'm viewing this through. Because certainly want to make sure that we're committed to our public safety. That's very important. Public safety compensation is a conversation that is not going to go away, particularly in this environment. So I just, whatever the balance is needed, and certainly that puts this board to be in a position to be disciplined as we go forward. Commissioner Mitchell, you have any thoughts?
I'll just add, first of all, I just want to say, I just so enjoy this, that we, Vice Chairman and I, forged these types of conversations. I can remember back when we looked at the millage rate increase. It was about the conversation. Mm-hmm. Not that it was totally about the mere fact of raising the millage rate. But these are the tough conversations that we, as commissioners, have to deal with, have to face them head on, and look at a solution. Because this public safety piece of legislation it looks to be a great piece of legislation. The question is, are we willing to really do our due diligence in committing to something of this caliber? That's the question. And that's the tough decision that we have to make. And those are some tough decisions. So I understand, Commissioner Guider, that we don't want to do what I call a millage rate increase. But how do you pay for this? How do you continue to move forward on those departments, the sheriff, fire, EMS, E911, animal control, the coroner, and others? That's the question. But you got to be willing to get in the ring and have those tough conversations. So again, I just commend us on just having this tough conversation, because it's needed, because this don't go away. This cost, this service that we provide is real. and it costs you to provide these types of services. And the citizens of Douglas County are asking for better and efficient services of these calibers. So I'll yield there, and I'll leave it there.
Okay. Commissioner Carthen?
Yes, Madam Chair, I concur with what Commissioner Mitchell just said. The citizens do understand it costs, but our number one priority is the safety of our citizens and the communities that each, all five of us live in.
Yeah.
And so Sheriff Pounds and his staff have consistently asked for raises. Fire and EMS, E911, EMA, they all have consistently asked us each year that I have been a part of the Board of Commissioners. So at some point, we cannot ignore it. To your point, it's not going to go away. We have to address it. We can't address it by ourselves. We're asking that the citizens do get involved, and what that means is each one of us has to dig a little deeper in order to ensure the safety of our community. So Commissioner Mitchell said it well, and I'm glad that we're having the conversation and not sweeping it under the rug. With that, I yield.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Certainly, as you've made a great point. We don't want to keep kicking the can or shoving things under the road. But I do have something to I just want to talk to the Vice Chair. You threw something out that really stimulated my interest, which is whatever the balance is needed. That could go either way. It could be, may not need anything, or you may need something. What are your thoughts, Vice Chair?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you. I hear you. I knew what I was doing. It was like, we'll make y'all pay for this. Think about it. That was a meal. But look what it took. But I had to force y'all to open up. Do y'all know what y'all looking at? We talk mass trash. Yeah, we kings of the hill. Y'all know what this thing gonna cost? And it forced you to look at it. It wasn't right or wrong, because again, when you talk, you can get called. And so that's all this was to show y'all what the math was. This is a big clip, guys. I think it's a lot, but what we have to do is set aside some. So to the point, we can go with the resolution that says to affix like a capital transportation fund, a public safety fund. And we begin to set that aside right now, a fund, an amount that's equivalent. Rosin has the model. She's telling you what the gap is. So just put that aside. The difference. Just put a little bit at aside. Now, that just comes with the formula that allows us to deal with it. Because, again, we just set it in motion. We did, what, 10 and 5? Is that what we just did for the front line? What did we do for the sheriff, guys, with the ARP money?
10%. 10%.
10 per year first year, and we did what?
10 and 5.
That's what I thought, 10 and 5. So that's what, 15% over 2 years?
Yep.
Ooh. That 15%, ooh. You got to maintain that in year 3. Right, so all right, so Rosin, one more time. So 10% is how much per year? 6 million? Yep, for all of them, 10% should be 6 million, right? Let's follow the math. That's 10% is 6 million. That's basically a little over $1 million. That means you got to set aside 5 million per year to maintain that at 10%. So that's 7.5 million per year, and you only got a nickel to play with? Pay attention. Now, your growth is going to come, and we did conservatively budget. That 93 is what's going to get us through this. All right, so I get revenue cap, but pay attention. You need 7.5 million in that 3rd year to make that work. Quick math. You only got 5 million to play with per year, and $1 million based on what we just said. You got 2 years to get ahead of this. That's the cost. That's just to get to where we are reasonably. We're so far behind. Now, I'm not afraid of the math, but I hope y'all got the courage for the discipline to make this work, because the math is not going to lie. There's your math. It's that simple. In year 3, you got $7.5 million to start making up, and you can start now. Put $2.5 million aside per year for the next 3 years. Okay, now we're on track for that first year. hopefully, the tax commissioner and the other guy over in the other area that's doing the assessor,
Yeah.
they got that commercial. It's going to be a little lift, yes, Madam McCarthy. I know it ain't going to be exponential. It's not going to be a multiple, but at least it can be a percentage of growth. And we're coming. We see what's happening, guys. But I'm saying, if you're that serious, don't just have a narrative that says, okay, no. We're that serious now. There's your numbers. 2.5 per million, Madam Chair, per year for the next 3 years. Staff should be able to work that out. Create a public safety fund, Roslyn, just like the Comprehensive Transportation Fund. Just create a fund. That's accounting. It's not a big deal. It's just accounting, guys. And we're set aside that bucket, and we're just getting disciplined. Now, you ain't got to do nothing. But just in year 3, it's going to kick in when y'all going through the budget process, and then that means things are going to get sacrificed. So I'm just saying, this is a way to be disciplined about it. Those who are making policies soon, I won't be taking this hardline position in about 30 days. I expect others to step up. Don't argue, don't debate, do the math, and put forth a set of logical arguments to move the board. There's your answers, Madam Chair. So there it is. So if y'all okay with making that motion to acknowledge the fact to create a public safety fund and for them to come up with a plan of how they're going to set aside $2.5 million over the next 3 years to get ahead of this and to monitor this, to maintain what you just set in motion about an hour ago, then you've got your resolution and we're good to go. That's the policy adjustment. I yield.
I like that. Okay. Commissioner Gotti, you look like you want to say something. I can tell.
Okay, I don't really know what we're doing.
one
We're pulling this, and we're doing another resolution, is that?
He says he's just going to amend what he has on there. Instead of the 1 mil, he said just set aside $2.5 million per year for the next 3 years. And
Well, one thing we can use is part of the rollback.
Well, that's what
The extra roll, use the rollback that we normally do.
What he didn't tell us how to do it. He just said this was the magic number, 2.5 million. We have it. We just need discipline. I like the idea. It's brilliant. It's textbook, and I'd like to move forward with that. It's not laying on millage.
I will amend my motion. Well, I've got to rescind my motion, don't I?
Say what?
Because you're talking about something entirely different than what.
No, he's
is
going to
read
amend
here.
what was read in here. Vice Chair just amended. Vice Chair, you want to help us?
Yeah.
Yeah, help her, please.
One last time, all right, for the record. I'm going to go out strong. All right, guys, we're in motion. We do have a motion and a second. All right, I'm going to put forth a motion to amend what's currently on the table.
Yes.
Chairman, we don't have a motion on the table.
don't?
We don't?
There's not a motion, right? I don't know.
Oh, no, why
So what
would
is-
Right.
Whew.
There's never,
It's been a
we just
long
only
night.
read it. It was-
Oh, we just read it. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
So,
I got the floor, though, this.
You
Y'all
have
gave
the-
me the floor. All right.
Good.
So then I'm going to make a motion.
thank you.
All right, Board of Commissioners, I make a motion that we adopt a new public safety resolution dealing with the frontline officers so previously mentioned. Fire, EMS, sheriff, EMA, E911, animal control, code enforcement, and coroner.
Correct.
In no order. And whereby, so that group, whereby we will maintain a 10%, well, actually, no, it's 15%, a 15% increase as affected by this budget cycle by setting aside, no, by creating, I'm going slow, Lisa, by creating a public safety fund,
Yep.
which the Board of Commissioners and its administration will set aside funds per year to ensure adequate funding every year thereafter.
That's your motion.
That's it.
So moved.
Well, there was already a motion by
Okay,
Commissioner
second,
Robinson. Are you seconding?
Second, yes. Second. Me,
Me, the chair.
Ramon, Chairman. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Board of Commissioners, any discussion? Commissioner Guyton.
Please define adequate funding.
Yeah, sure. Please.
Adequate funding, and Ken, this is a good one for you, on definitions, and Michael. Adequate funding, to ensure that the sufficient funding exists to cover the annual public safety budget as relates to wages, just that. Adequate funding. It's a policy to maintain, is what it said. I don't want to go, no, let me just park that. Is what I said. You're maintaining 15%, you're setting aside this district, you're creating this new district, and you're going to ensure that you have adequate funding to meet that public safety need for salaries. That's it. So whatever you need to do, that needs to be set, so for adequate funding. All right, so adequate funding as a first position since you went there. Think first lane, second lane, third lane. Ken, you hear me? Michael, you hear me? First position. All right, so let me see what y'all made of. First position, adequate funding to ensure that theirs is first position. That we make sure we got enough to cover them first,
Yeah.
then everybody else.
Right.
Not a millage rate on top of for the taxpayers, but to work within the budget that you currently have. Y'all got to do what y'all got to do. All right, I yield. So adequate funding is just that. But again, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. In a nutshell, it alleviates the idea of millage rate, and it allows us to save within the budget that we have.
So we're
that's-
setting up a savings account.
Madam Chair,
for-
we can't hear down here when you talk.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We're setting up a savings account for public safety.
Yes. Basically, in a nutshell. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no more discussion.
Well,
I know
there is
Okay.
more discussion.
Okay, you have the floor, Commissioner Mitchell.
Okay, so, and Ken, I think, Ken, you and Michael probably did make sure that we codify this, what this motion really is, so we can make sure that we know exactly kind of what this is. But I want to just add, though, the 15%, is this the 15% that Rosalind and Finance and everybody else will do at each one of these guys' budget, or as the overall budget of their budgets, or budget as a holistic? And I know I'm saying this out loud, but I'm not looking for a true response, because I know we don't know. So for clarity, I like the mere fact of putting aside what I call a savings account. I'm assuming these are going to be funds, Ken, if we call this, they'll be directed strictly for public safety and those entities. If I'm saying this right, okay. So if that's the case, then it'll be isolated to those entities at what budget of 15% is what I'm trying to make sure that everybody get. What is that? Where's that 15% that we're using and basing it off? Anybody?
We got to have that money because they're getting a 10% next year and 5% the next year. So by the third year, we've got to have that 15% set aside.
Okay. So the 15% is the 10 and the 5 that we need to be prepared for at 15% by the third year, that we're going to be saving toward
Yes.
to cover that,
Yes.
that particular amount. What is that amount?
$7.5 million.
Give or take.
Right, see, no, that's, yeah. That's not isolating these 8, I think it is.
Hold on,
Vice Chair.
give me 1 second.
But you get what I'm going after, so we can make sure, so we can call that number, we can say exactly it's 6.2, or 8.3, whatever that is, so we can know what the goal is and what we're trying to get there. But I know everybody was 7 meals or whatever that, 7 million. This is 8, I'll call them departments that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's about 5.5.
Okay. So
That's just public
That's the,
safety.
yeah, that's the magic number.
All right, so 7.5 for 10% or,
5.5, it was, for year one, it was 3.475 for,
Year two.
in the ARPA, and then year two, it was 1.979.
Okay.
So that's a total of 5.4 over the 2 years, and that was compounded.
that's over 2 years. Now follow the math. Rosalind, what is the annual salary amount for those areas?
Right, and I think that's what's going to be the tough part, is that she probably can't break it out.
No, but we did the math. They modeled it. That's what's in the original resolution.
Yes, yes.
Please.
Yes, we
7.7.
did the math, and the 20% for the entities that we discussed is,
Oh, you're speaking of the 8 now? We only-
Right.
Okay, all right.
okay, and it was 8.6 million. 15% was 6.4, and 10% is 4.3.
So we did 15%, so that's 6, give or take, 6 million. That's a little over a mil. Right, our mills are what, usually about what, 5-something million, so give or take.
Yeah, it was 0.84 mils, but that's based off of the digest today.
I understand, you gotta fix it, guys, you gotta take a position. So if your bogey is 6.1 million, my point of 7.5, that gives you room. I'm sorry, I gotta go faster than this. So you got 2.5 per year. If you save 2.5 million per year, you'll be ahead of that curve. If your number is 6.1 million,
I got you. I'm with you. We're just trying to, we're going, just making sure that we got the clear numbers and the clear math. So if it's 2.5 per year that we're trying to save to get there by that third year, am I correct in my thoughts?
yep, that was my motion. That's what I got on the table. Set aside that, and that's it.
Right. And so we're going to set aside and save these types of funds to be prepared for that third year.
Yes.
Just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we all speaking the same language. And Ken and Mike, I guess I would add. So I guess you guys are understanding the clear motion, and does that number, does that statement needs to be a part of this particular motion outside of saving 15%, I guess I think I last heard.
I would just say, and I don't want to speak for Michael, I'm not sure what the 15% is, but it's very clear to me it's 2.5 million
That's
per
correct.
year for 3 years is what I understand, provided that's what the vice chair intended. And I think that's what Rosalind needs to plug in. Is that correct?
Right. It looks something like our financial policy as we did the capital, that 3.3. I'm stating that we just change, I recommend that we just change our financial policy and include, you have capital at 25% of your fund balance, and then now you have a public safety. And therefore, you'll know how much, and then that's when you'll budget if it's going to be 5%, 10%, or 20, based off of how much you have.
Rosalind, you going somewhere, girl.
See, I just woke up. I had some water, you know, that
Okay.
gave me.
So, but I just want to make sure that we're clear in the motion that we're making and that we're voting on what we're voting on, so we can clearly understand that the goal is the 2.5 annually to get us there.
I don't know that you, can I?
Yes, sure, yeah, go ahead.
I don't know that you want to interject a dollar amount. I think when the calculation is made, that's when the finance makes that determination.
But not even a percentage, because if you don't, then you just kind of arbitrarily just trying to grab at something.
No, I thought you meant 2.5 million.
Oh, no, that's a
You're talking
percentage.
about the financial.
Yeah, I would
policy
say off of fund balance,
Right.
just
Okay.
like we do for capital. Yeah, you'll say, 20, like your capital is 25%, once you meet the minimum, but it's 25% of your fund balance.
I can live with
And
that.
so that's where the 3.3 came from.
Right.
Okay,
So you'll establish something and have public safety. And then at the budget, we'll say, okay, you have
Okay.
3 million
Right.
okay,
to
I got you.
allocate.
I got you, okay.
To
So,
public safety.
and last but not least, are we going to call these funds restricted?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
I just want to make sure, I want to say it loud, yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right, okay.
No, because it happened.
I got it. But you got to make sure these guys, you got to say that, because if not, I don't want to assume that
Right.
they're restricted and they're not.
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll yield, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second on the floor, board.
And you
Survey
have some
board.
conditions. I want to acknowledge these conditions, that it will be restricted.
Yes.
Yes.
You will clarify that this will be part of like a public safety fund that you will create from a county perspective. So create a public safety accounting fund. It's going to be restricted. We have a framework of around $2.5 million. We're using that, use that as a relative.
Right.
It's not binding you, but relative of a $2.5 million, and tie it into our fiscal policy. You can come back with that as a later recommendation to amend that if necessary. Is that okay, Commissioner Mitchell? Gives everybody room.
No, you're right on point, right on
Okay.
point. I think it's
Mr.
clear.
Carthen, are you okay? We're trying to work through it and give you some room. You good?
I am good, Commissioner Robinson. May I take the floor since you asked me a question?
Go ahead. Jump in. We ready to go?
Okay, so back to Rosalind's statement regarding the policy. We need to update our policy. So my condition would be that we update the policy to reflect that we're adding another fund, and that those funds be taking, that they take precedence. So that means that the policy may have to be amended down from
Yes.
25% to
Yes.
capital
Yes.
in order that we can include what we need for our safety fund. So that's my only condition, that we adjust the policy, making sure that we still stay within the budget, that we, revenues that came in the year prior, still stick with that. However, we now go in and adjust those buckets that we set aside, just like the capital improvement fund.
Yep.
And that's my condition.
Okay.
I yield.
All right. Rosalind, you have that, Lisa. Okay.
Policy amendment for the future.
Yes.
Madam Chair, does the vice chair who made the motion agree with that statement as far as,
Do you
it's an
agree?
amendment to what he just said, I think, or clarification more than
Accept it.
anything?
He said accepted.
Okay. Does the second accept it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Second. I accept it. Okay.
Would you read that, because I had trouble understanding her. I mean, it's muddle. So what was her condition?
To amend the policy, to make sure that it's reflective and consistent to what we currently have in place.
Okay.
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 We good, board?
No, I think we're great.
Okay. And-
And you're
Well,
going to need,
I'll
I
just
think
add,
you need
though,
a manual on
Okay,
this.
a manual vote.
Because
Okay.
of
Board, we have a
what just
motion.
happened.
Well, just I just want legal to make sure, so legal on both ends, are you guys clear of where this is going?
I'm going to let Michael speak. I will say, as
Michael?
long as Rosalind Miller understands it, I understand it, but I want to make sure Michael does.
So we'll subject this to legal for you guys to at least get a chance to make sure that the written portion of this is within the legal boundaries of this board, so.
Yes, we can coordinate with finance to make sure we
That's
get
correct.
the words
I got
to match what you're saying and what we understand you to be saying.
Okay, but outside of that, I think we're good, and I'll yield, Madam Chair, so I think
Okay, all
this board is
right.
clear.
Board, I'm telling you.
You got a motion?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second on the floor, board, and certainly with all the conditions and all the amendments that's been added, we have a motion and a second. Please, when I call you district, indicate your response accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. This is great, board, the way we are working together tonight. It is just impressive, so thank you all. All right, I think we're almost about to hit a home run. We're moving to the consent agenda. It's quite lengthy, but I will do all I can with the minimum amount of oxygen I have left. Let me take a little drink of water. I apologize. Board of Commissioners, we are now moving to the consent agenda. All items are subject to final legal review. Tab number 18 is authorization to accept a Victims of Crime Act VOCA continuation grant in the amount of $210,000, $210,401, no match required, from the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, PAC, and Georgia Crime Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, and authorize the chairman to sign all necessary documents. Tab number 19, approval of grant-funded employee contracts for juvenile programs, Safe Care Coordinator, in the amount of $31,200 for the new fiscal year, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 20, authorization to accept a BJA FY21, the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program to support the Douglas County Juvenile Mental Health Court in the amount of $532,018. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. The grant match of $154,029 will be in kind only. No match is required. Tab number 21, authorization to accept fiscal 2022 accountability court housing grant in the amount of $472,949 from the Council of Accountability Court Judges, CACJ, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC, and the Department of Community Affairs, DCA, through the Emergency Solutions Grant Cares, ESG-CV, program, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 22, approval of contract of grant-funded housing case manager for accountability courts, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 23, authorization to accept a supplemental grant for Superior Court Felony Drug Court in the amount of $26,667. Grant funds will be used for full-time case manager with benefits. Tab number 24, authorization to accept a grant in the amount of $2,000 each for the Douglas County Senior Centers for Thanks Mom and Dad Fund in partnership with DHS Division of Aging Services for the Senior Center Modernization and Innovation Grants, and amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 25, approval of language access plan in accordance with the CDBG grant award regulations for FY 2021, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 26, authorization to approve juvenile court attorney contracts with Sylvia Lester and Nicole Marinovich to fill open positions, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 27, authorization to approve yearly contract with Judicial Alternatives of Georgia Incorporation, JAG, for misdemeanor probation service for Superior Court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Tab number 28, authorization to approve yearly contract with the Judicial Alternatives of Georgia Incorporation, JAG, for misdemeanor probation services for state court, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Tab number 29, approval of task order 2021-6 with Atlantic Coast Consulting to apply for 2021 Hazardous Waste Trust Fund to receive a possible refund from the state in the amount of $10,000 through $30,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 30, approval of Emergency Operations Center audio-visual upgrade at an estimated cost for Phase 1 of $71,374.97 to be funded through the EMA's existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 31, approval of a contract with CMES Incorporation in the amount of $19,696,149.90 for construction of the Lee Road Widening and Reconstruction Project, Phase 2, P1, number 0004428, to be funded from 2016 SPLOST funds and federal funds allocated to the project, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 32, approval of an on-demand consulting services contract with Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions Incorporations for geotechnical services on various county projects, including the Lee Road Widening Project, P1 0004428, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 33, approval of a contract with the Corbett Group, LLC, in the amount of $643,535 for construction of the sidewalk improvements for Maxim Road project to be funded from SPLOST, from 2016 SPLOST funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 34, authorization to renew the Douglas County Fire Department Medical Director Agreement and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 35, approval of an MOU with Douglas County Community Services Board for a mental health award to the Douglas County Task Force for Family Violence in the amount of $50,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Tab number 36, approval of an agreement with Lionheart Consulting LLC in the amount of $120,000 to be funded from contingency funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Tab number 37, approval of an agreement with Teal Marketing for social media services in the amount of $20,052, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Tab number 38, authorization to advertise for a public hearing regarding the redistricting map to be held on January 4th, 2022, as recommended by the Redistricting Map Committee. 39, tab number 39, authorization to approve a contract renewal with Terminus to serve as municipal advisor for Douglas County at a cost of $10,416.67 per month, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. And finally, tab number 40, approval of contract amendment number 1 with Terminus Municipal Advisors LLC for government financial support services, term January 1st through 2022 through July 31st, 2022, in the amount of $8,300 per month, to be funded from the finance personnel budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Board of Commissioners, that concludes our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Board of Commissioners, we have a motion and second in play. Are there any discussion on any items? Commissioner Guido.
Yes, ma'am. Fred, if you would come up, please. This is on item 36. This is Lionheart Consulting Group, and you gave me the scope of their work. Is this the same scope that they submitted last year? Because they were doing pretty much the same work last year.
Right, and it's an extension of that. That work was started in this year, in 2020, and in 2022, or in 2021. In 2022, there will be a continuation of that and a furtherance of leadership and organizational development, further implementation of the strategic plan that was passed this year. And there was also a start of a kind of a pilot online learning-based system, which we started with our leadership team, but that is going to, in 2022, filter down throughout the organization. So,
Will this be the last year for this?
I hope not. I hope not.
Well, okay, you can just learn so much about leadership, though.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have attrition, we have people coming and going, and we want to create a culture of leadership and a culture that will, you know, hopefully take us to the next level as an organization. So.
All right, thank you. And I want to just ask one question about number 37, because our citizen that came forward wanted to know where the funds were coming from. So the $20,052 for Teal Marketing. Would you please, I'll let Commissioner Robinson just explain where those funds came from to pay for this, because she was indicating that we were going over our allotment. So,
All right, thank you very much. Since this is going to be effective in the fiscal year 2022, the Board of Commissioners just passed with this budget $50,000 operating for the district commissioners. It will come from that bucket. Exactly. So 20 from 50 leaves 30 for Commission District 2. That remains the $6,000 from my expense account that I need to take an Uber in about 10 minutes. All right, and then we've got $50,000 that's already there for our aides. All right, so that was the math. And so we wanted to make sure that as opposed to us going, again, trying to go to this 110, it's like, okay, let's have the district commissioners have their own standalone. They are elected. They are responsible, and they are accountable. Now, I appreciate, I'll speak, I want to be careful that I speak, to my citizens who knew what I was doing. That's who I'm accountable to. The people who have sent me here. Now, I recognize everybody will argue, we all pay tax dollars. Okay, I get that. But that's who I have to be accountable to. So I champion this. The board passed the budget. This is part of that. And so, again, back to social media. Fix the bigger problem. The problem, I shouldn't even have to go through this. I shouldn't have to be here 13 years when Facebook and Google wasn't even coming online, and we're still on what that stuff was back then. And none of y'all, we ain't got nobody in this county that can do social media. My children can run social media better than we doing. But I'm not paying them for that. This is a business. Act like it's a $100 million company. Get your voice out there. It's the cost. I'm not going to marginalize the need to get this out here. I need everything about it needs to be on point. You know, come up with my narrative. You need to come up with everything associated like any other professional. Now, I appreciate you keep asking now. I'll keep saying it. I'm going to keep doing it. Right? Because, again, I want to hear the narrative about we got 2 sites over here in transportation. You're silent. That's 100 G's. Just went to $500,000. You're not paying attention. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The funny thing is y'all like to play this political thing, and you know I enjoy it. But don't do that. If you're sincere about where it's going, to look at everything. If you really want to know, I'll sit down and break anything about this, anything in this county. I can break down any component of it. And be delighted to tell you, okay, this is here, this is here, this is here. That is my role. That's what I do. But when you isolate one little thing and say, okay, how you going to okay, that's all y'all see? We only see $20,000? And it's the constant, why you spending, I don't want my tax. Well, what about everything else? Why I got redundancy all over it, and none of it works. But I appreciate it. I hope that helped. But that's where we're taking it from. And thank you, Board of Commissioners, for approving that budget and for the restructuring. We didn't add to it. We just restructured money. In other words, no, the board just decided, like the district commissioner said, no, that's too much money over there with the administration. Let's bring this over here where we have more direct control about our commission districts. That's what that was about. That we can control our own destiny. That we are elected. We are equal. All right, I yield. I hope that helped.
It really did, because...
One other question, can we all use it? I mean, will we all be able to use this service?
Teal marketing? Oh, y'all want to expand it town 4? I'm
Well,
sure
it's
she'll be
for-
open to it.
This is for,
I'm telling you how we did this contract. You just answered your question. Like, I'm sure we can talk to her and say, hey, you want to take on the whole county? Let her pitch something. I've talked to her about it, but I didn't want to get ahead of this. Like, well, let me stay in my lane. You want to have that conversation with that person? I'm not going to negotiate for her. Put it on the table. I'm sure she's watching this. I'll leave it at that. Let it go, guys. We're good.
well, I was just saying that it sounded like it was a service that we could all use, and so.
I know you got it.
Yeah, private service you can use, but I believe because his is budgeted, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it out of your account. So I'm just saying, you have
No, we
your...
got 50,000
You have
extra
your
right now, so
50,000. So if you want that service, it's going to cost probably 20,000 out of, because it's coming out of your...
Each person?
Well, I'm just not sure if,
Guys, I
what
can't
what he
negotiate on her. Let that
negotiated
go.
with his operating budget. I don't know, but it can be used, I'm quite sure.
Y'all got options. Like I said, you ain't got to go that way. Just like we don't go this way, you don't have to go that way. You have options. You're
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a
Yeah,
question.
come on, let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
You're right, reading more into it than I
Okay.
meant for it to be. I yield back.
Okay.
Can't ask.
Board of Commissioners, thank you so much. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Certainly, we're going to prepare to cast our votes. Oh, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, Board of Commissioners, to approve the consent agenda, and the motion carries. Next, we have approval of our expenses. Board of Commissioners, your expenses are before us. You've had an opportunity to review those expenses. Board of Commissioners, I will call the question, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there's no discussion, Board, please prepare to cast your vote. Okay? Board, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries for the approval of our expenses. Board of Commissioners, announcements, do you have any before I yield to our Communications Director, before Vice Chairman Robinson?
I'll be very quick. I just want to wish seasoned greetings to District 2. This will be our last meeting of the year, so I want to acknowledge that. I don't have anything formal that's coming out this month other than, be safe, be well, and enjoy. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Guida, you want to say happy, I
I
almost
just
say happy
want-
birthday, Merry Christmas to you.
I just want to mirror what he said. I hope everyone has a very blessed Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Mitchell, you want to say?
I guess I'll say, no, just kidding.
New Year's to you. Merry Christmas.
No, I just want to add, and I just want to say, for those who came out to my vaccination drive with the assistance of a great number of people on this past Saturday at Willie A. Watkins Funeral Home, special kudos and thanks to my aide, Sherelle Penniman, who did an excellent job at coordinating it, putting it together. I mean, keeping me in line and keeping those that were there at the services to kind of get through and get the services done, and that incentive now can help over at least 140 plus individuals now can get a chance to spend time and hang out with their family members and all that good stuff. So also, I just want to say to Commissioner Carthen that Christy came in and I couldn't stop her from working. She just started working and jumping in. So I just want to say thank you to Christy, the Willie A. Watkins Funeral Home team, Sheriff Pounds came out and took the nice little boom box that he hung out with us, Demetrian Carswell, who actually came in and, I mean, was very assistant to, from the school board, who actually helped with the facilities and all that, and to the health board staff and Tiffany. I mean, Tiffany, awesome. So, again, Sherelle, thank you again. I know I may have missed a few people on yesterday when I was talking about the job well done. For those who came out and was a part of this, it was well serviced, well done, and like I said, over 140 plus individuals came by and got vaccinated. Also, just like to say, like my other colleagues, wish you guys a happy and a ho, 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 and all those great things. Have yourself a great one, and let's bring in 2022 with a bang, and I think this is going to be a great year. I think this board has done exceptionally well. This has been a unique year, but I think 2022 is going to be an even better year. So let's get prepared and have some fun, and let's kind of move this county forward. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Carthen, would you like to have a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to invite everyone to come out to the courthouse on this upcoming Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021, from 3 to 5 p.m. We will be giving out free food baskets with the help of the Atlanta Community Food Bank. We will also have Douglas Public Health on site giving out vaccinations for both kids and adults. And that is your first dose, second dose, and your booster. You can come to the courthouse on next Wednesday to receive that. There will be incentives for you, so please come out. Also, I just want to thank all of my partners, and especially Christy, for putting this together. She has gotten me and Solicitor General Sonia Compton to do it again with me, and I just thank Sonia Compton, Solicitor General, and her whole entire team. Whenever I do something, they have no problem stepping up to help and to facilitate. So thank you, Solicitor General Compton and her team. and to all of my sponsors. I could not do these things without you. I hope this just helps the community to have a better and safer holiday. Again, happy holidays and Happy New Year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Carthen. Well, if there are no further announcements from the board, I will certainly yield the floor to our Communications Director, Rick Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. Madam
Good
Chair,
evening.
Board of Commissioners, County Attorney Coleman, County Special Legal Counsel Bernard, and staff, County Administrator Superintendent. Following up on what I should say as Commissioner Carthen's and Solicitor General Sonia Compton's event, her legislative aide, Christy Walker, just emailed me with additional information that, in particular, that Cobb and Douglas Public Health are offering the Pfizer pediatric, Pfizer adult, and Moderna vaccinations. And there'll also be incentives for the youth 5 through 17 years of age of Six Flags tickets if they get vaccinated on the 22nd. So again, I want to thank Commissioner Carthen for mentioning that so I could follow up with that as well. The Douglas County Courthouse will be closed Thursday, December 23rd, and Friday, December 24th, in observance of the Christmas holidays. The courthouse will also be closed on Friday, December 31st, in observance of the New Year's holiday. Douglas County Fire EMS, the Sheriff's Office, and E911 will be open, as always, to protect and serve the residents of Douglas County. Douglas County, Georgia Department of Senior Services will hold a public hearing on December 20th at the Woody Fight Senior Center, located at 8750 Doris Road in Douglasville, beginning at 11 a.m. Again, public hearing on December 20th at 11 a.m. for the purpose of discussing the approved activities of the county's Community Development Block Grant. Boundary Waters is hosting a holiday extravaganza, lots of fun and entertainment, on Saturday, December 18th, beginning at 9 a.m. The Douglas County Youth Commission, as you saw earlier this evening, in partnership with Connect Douglas, is collecting canned goods, toys, toiletries, and gently used or new coats, gloves, and socks through December 15th, tomorrow. Donations can be dropped off here at the Douglas County Courthouse and the Connect Douglas Multimodal Transportation Center. Free COVID-19 testing continues to be offered at Deer Lake Park, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. For more information, the public is invited to visit douglasvillecovid.com. For COVID-19 information, you can call COVID-19 Call Center at 1-833-974-3366. And on behalf of the Communications and Community Relations Department, I'd like to wish everyone a happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I yield back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Director Martin. Board of Commissioners, certainly as we close out, I would like to say to the Board of Commissioners personally, this is one of the best budgets we ever had. We can see clearly now when you're in better financial shape, you can think better. And this is the best in terms of financial status that we've been in 10 years. Thank you, Board, for your commitment, your dedication, your thought, leadership thought tonight in shaping this budget for 2022. It's a proud moment for me to receive a 5-0 unanimous vote. I'm just pleased, so thank you. And also just would like to just remind our citizens to be cognizant of several variants that are still on the horizon. One is Delta, and then, of course, the Omicron is here coming. So I'm asking if you could just continue to double down on your protective measures. You know those, we call them the 3 W's, and I won't rehearse it. And I appreciate what Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Carthen are doing to continue to galvanize the need for the vaccines here in Douglas County. And also, of course, the entire board is supporting their efforts. I would just like to just say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to all our citizens, and we appreciate you. And I say that, the Board of Commissioners, and we appreciate serving you. Board of Commissioners, if there's nothing else to come before this body This meeting is our last meeting of the year. We are adjourned. Good night.